that was a widespread glitch. It wasn't a glitch. It's just the way that the vertical algorithm works. The vertical algorithm just works that way. Like, it's just a it gives you like hundreds of viewers early on, and if you keep those hundreds of viewers and continue building, then it keeps feeding you people. If you don't keep building within like 3 weeks, they cut you off. That's it. Like, you're done. And I've gone like a year before where I continued building. I continued getting more and more viewers, and it kept working. But then, out of nowhere, just cut me off. Just, that was it. And so I've been able to find ways to like reach out to YouTube a number of times and get them to like reset everything. And you know, it restarted all of it, but the last time it did this, I was like, okay, I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of having to like go, you know, plan things for a stream that are just gonna disappear last second. Like, I can't stand that. So I don't like having to like get ready for a stream and thinking that I'm gonna have like a couple hours filled up with callers, and then it turns out, nope, it's not feeding me the algorithm whatsoever, and instead I've got no callers. So because yeah, then I'm like, oh well, I did not. I don't have enough to fill time with. I've been listening to Pisco for a little bit. He was doing another one of those call-ins, but they ended up with a guy on there that is just kind of stuck in his own argumentation, just kind of like looping over and over, and yeah, it's not going well. Plus, Pisco's having a bunch of technical issues on the Twitter Spaces as well. It was not fun to listen to. That every couple of seconds they had some other technical issue again. So yeah. All right. Is this? All right. So vertical chat or vertical is working to some extent, but yeah, not really doing much over there. What are you guys talking about? I don't know what you guys are talking about. The vertical horizontal shows how dumb YouTube is. They should just let it be 2 video sources. Then, if you're on mobile, you can use the mobile on vertical or on PC.
What? Hey Tommy, how are you doing today? Did you watch that video of thousands of Moroccans storming into Spain? It was crazy.
No, I haven't seen it. I haven't really looked at the news much today. Don't come to YouTube if you don't know what we're about. What does that even mean? I've been on YouTube for years. What are you talking about? Don't come to YouTube. I've been on YouTube I've been a streamer for 6 years. You don't come to fucking YouTube. You don't come to YouTube, bitch. Yeah, the chats being separate hurts engagement. Not yes and no. Like, it helps for the vertical chat that that they're separate. Like, it's beneficial for vertical chat for it to be that way, but
do not come. Do not come.
yeah, don't come to YouTube if you don't know what we're about, guys. Don't do it. Yeah, I talked to Jola a little bit ago. Apparently he's been fighting with Destiny on Twitter today. And yeah, all of the chat shows up down here, but they're talking about engagement on the video. Like, the YouTube will push you in the algorithm the more people are chatting, the more that they're engaging. And they're saying that because it starts to split people up. So instead of everybody chatting in one chat, now some people are going to one chat, other people are going to another chat. It splits it up, and now you're not getting as much engagement in a single chat as you would if they just put it all in one place. So yeah, it's a pain in the butt, and it's good. It's both. It's a blessing and a curse. Yeah, everybody hit the like button. We'll we'll see. I doubt Vertical's gonna do much today, and so we'll probably have to get it reset again and try it again like next week. Most likely. Jola's back. So Jola, he said that he's got like some personal stuff going on, but he is going to be debating Destiny coming up. So crap, I don't think this was sent to me on Discord, so I can't pull it up. Let's see. Damn, he's been tweeting like fucking crazy today. Holy shit. All right. So he posted here, DSA should win until Democrats finally agree to be better. We need more John Ossoffs and less Schumers in this party. So he posted on that on Twitter earlier today. And then he also quote tweeted Destiny here, where Destiny said, cancer is a large group of diseases with one thing in common. They happen when normal cells become cancerous cells that multiply and spread. And Pisco quote, or not Pisco, Jola quote tweeted this and said, and you continue being ineffective social outcasts, helping Hassan win. And so Destiny said, I'm streaming for 5 more hours today if you want to chat. And I guess Joa just responded 4 hours ago, said, I'm available tomorrow. That's noon Eastern time. They should be having a conversation. Are you a skinhead? I mean, I have skin on my head. So that's what you're asking. Yes. Then in that case, yes. I'm a motherfucking liberal, bitch. Yeah, but Joa apparently hasn't streamed or put out content in I don't know, 3 months, I think. Last I checked. I checked earlier. Not last I checked. I checked earlier today, and he hasn't put out content in 3 months. So I'm a bit exhausted. I went out and played basketball for a while today in the very, very hot sun, and it was extremely hot. It was insanely hot today, and I am very exhausted now. So I'm a bit out of it, trying to regain. Are you certain? Nope. Outside? Yeah, I know. I know. It's crazy. I went outside. It's because it's election season. He's working for his local government. Oh, really? Nice. Nice. Okay. Did you put sunscreen on? No, I didn't. I didn't. I don't like I'm not super sunburn or anything, but definitely exhausted. Tom is a bald cat? What is it? Oh, because yeah, the Dr. Evil thing. Is Dr. Evil's cat bald? He does. He has like a fucking sphinx or whatever they're called. Yeah, he's got the weird ones. I hate those cats. Like I'm allergic to cats. But like Alex and I had talked about when we moved in together, getting she wanted to get a cat, and I was like, nah, bro, I'm allergic. And more so, I just don't like cats. I mean, I would rather have a dog or something like that. But also, I'm allergic. She kept saying, well, I want to get one, one of the ones with no hair. The allergies are to the hair, so you can just wear one of or just get one of those. Anti DSA is crazy. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's fucking crazy, bro. Who could be anti DSA? What the fuck? One of the things that a lot of people don't understand when it comes to the DSA is like we have a lot of people who are just across the board anti all of the DSA. And one of the things that they don't understand is that there isn't like, so normally when we see a lot of these people like on Fox News that are going on and giving crazy takes about abolishing the prison, abolishing prisons or abolishing police or, doing open borders or whatever, like those people who are talking about those things. That's from the national DSA, and they are a bit different. Like they're not exactly representative of the DSA. Whereas like the DSA is made up of a bunch of different groups that are, um, all kind of, uh, decentralized, and so there's a bunch of different groups all over the place that, um, oh shit, my bad. I had a couple call-ins and I had it muted. My bad. If you guys are still there, you can feel free to call in. My fault. But yeah, there are like a bunch of different groups. Move the fuck out of America if you hate it here. I mean, wouldn't you say the same thing to like somebody like Trump? Like, because he came in and just nonstop complaining about Biden, about Obama. He said that the country was failing. He said that there was so much to fix that he had to make the country great again, as though it wasn't great at the time. Like, wouldn't you have said that Trump should have just moved out because he wasn't happy with the country? Yeah, no, you wouldn't say that. Yeah, you wouldn't say that because you don't actually believe that. You don't actually believe the shit that you say, so shut the fuck up. This is fucking stupid. No, I wouldn't say that, you fuck. Yeah, because you're a fucking retard. What do you think about the mom down eat grocery stores? Why wouldn't he just expand Snap? I don't know. I mean, I'm again, like, I'm interested to see what all he does. I'm not like against him doing the things because I don't live in New York, so I don't have to deal with the consequences. They voted for him, so if if he does stuff like that and it's successful, cool. I have trouble believing that it'll be successful. It seems a bit extreme, seems a little wild, but we'll see. I feel like my chat's smaller today. Does anybody else feel like it's smaller? Like the on-screen chat? Tom, please tell Wick that. I mean, I believe I've said stuff like that to Wick before. Like, it's fucking, it's weird. Like, everybody comes in saying that there's major problems with America, and even the people who right now are very anti-Trump, right? If, like, yeah, if Wick is super anti-Trump and all the things that Trump is doing, then I mean, it is a little bit different because the fucking socialists and those people, they are the ones who are like, they want to like deconstruct America as like a hegemon. They want to deconstruct Western imperial powers. They want to they actually do seem to even start with positions of like, I'm against anybody who's aligned with the United States, and then all of their positions kind of come from there. So it is a little bit different for the farther left, like socialist people who do that. That's obviously not all of DSA. Like, DSA isn't all of like that. And again, that's why I'm saying that the national DSA organization and the positions that they come out with isn't always representative of all of DSA. Wick is the reason Pisco strawmans everyone. Really, you think every time Pisco's talking to people, he's thinking of Wick? You think that's who he's actually arguing against the whole time? It's just he's just arguing with Wick. All the people that he engages with, he's always just thinking they're making a Wick argument. I don't know if the rest matters if their org is setting positions. Well, it doesn't seem to be setting positions for everybody else, because even if you look at Mamdani and all the people that he got elected, if none of those people were actually running on any of those positions, then the national position, you know, the national platform isn't really setting positions. The problem is that they're giving a public platform, and then when everybody hears that you're a DSA candidate, they think you're aligned with that person. My issue is not just DSA candidates running. My issue is not just voting for a DSA candidate. My issue is the downstream effects of voting for DSA candidates. My issue is normalizing DSA style candidates. Somebody like Mamdani or somebody like AOC, those people aren't trying to like tear down the United States necessarily, but they are helping more extreme candidates, and more people from the DSA get elected. And the more we normalize the DSA, the more extreme the candidates are going to get over time. Like, again, I saw so many people who call themselves liberals listening to Mike Johnson read out the DSA platform, and all of them sat there and agreed with it. We're like, yeah, that's fucking awesome. Okay, you guys are fucking retarded. But that's why when it comes to the coalition, the conversation is about content creators. That's why it's about content creators and what it is that they're advocating for, what it is that they're influencing people to do, and how they're influencing people to vote. Because if you keep making it about voters, if you make it about you know, politicians and things like that, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense at all. Like, we're talking about content creators who are the people who are influencing folks to go vote for a DSA candidate, to go vote for somebody who's, you know, who's, who they're the ones who are influencing people in that direction. So that is the target. That should be the target, is the people who are getting like people to vote for socialists and communists and those folks. Like, that is the issue there. And if you don't do that, and again, a lot of people who are anti the Democrat Party, people who are like the far fucking left crazies, who are like, you know, we see how low the Democrat approval rating is right now. Those people are moving their audiences further left. Those people they're convincing their audiences that the Democrats didn't do this, the Democrats didn't do that, the Democrats don't care about this, the Democrats hate that guy, the Democrats didn't even want to do this, they lied to you. Joe Biden lied when he said he was going to try to get, you know, student forgiveness loans, or whatever, like student loan forgiveness. Like, those are the people that we're talking about, where we're saying the content creators are influencing people to be against the Democrat Party. They are influencing people in that direction. And that's where the issue comes in. So making it about voters, making it about politicians, making it about any of this other stuff, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It ought to be about the content creators, and especially when we're content creators and we have, you know, ability to influence who we're around and who we associate with, who we promote, who we say, yes, I like this person, you guys should go watch them. Like, in our audience turns around and goes and watches those people as well. That's that's what we're talking about. But they don't care. No party actually cares. They just want to own the other side. Well, kind of. Like, they care about what gets votes. And so the Democrat Party doesn't care. Sure. And that's why I'm saying that, like, I don't think it's all that unlikely that the DSA would actually be capable of taking over, because the Democrat Party, like, they're just going to go in whatever direction the votes get, and people are going to get elected and are just going to take over the party and move it in one direction or the other. So it doesn't, the party doesn't mean anything. The party is not an ideological prescription. Hey, yo. Appreciate the membership. Let's go. IDF. Little bit's got it. I'm trying to find, I know I just saw a chat from Oh, string pullers in the other fucking chat. I was trying to find. Extreme candidates will either have to govern legitimately or will get Dilbert affected. I don't know what that means, Dilbert affected. Like, I don't even know what extreme candidates will either have to govern legitimately. I don't know what you mean by legitimately either. What does DSA stand for? It's Democratic Socialists of America. I also disagree that DSA will move the party. The Democratic Party tends to move right over time, i.e. Obama versus Clinton versus Carter. You think Obama was further right than Clinton? I think Biden was the farthest left president we've had in our lifetime. And I think Kamala was the farthest left Democrat candidate, like in the general that we've had in my lifetime. I'm pretty sure I'm older than you. I don't know how you could think that the Democrats move right. I think that there's push and pull, but I think overall the country has moved left since, you know, the 60s and 70s. The DSA is a group slash organization. Well, they're a party. They're a political party. They're also an organization. Yeah, like all parties are organizations, but I don't know what you mean by don't compare them. Bernie Sanders as a candidate, Bernie Sanders never made it to the general. Obviously, he's far left, but he never made it to the general. And Kamala Harris is considered to be one of the farthest left candidates in America still today. I mean, we're talking about like today, she is considered to be just as far left as Mamdani, or as many people in America consider her to be far left as people who consider Mamdani far left. My problem with the DSA is the word in the middle of the name. My problem with the so-called moderate left is they are getting very undemocratic about letting the DSA in the Big Ten. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's undemocratic. My issue is when we look at the way that the like socialists have acted over time, when we're talking about like stigmatizing people who are farther left or not associating with them or like making a bigger deal about the fact that people are voting DSA, these sorts of things. This is exactly what they've done to anybody who like, you know, voted for Kamala or not endorsing Kamala or advocating hardcore against Kamala. And so we're just like, we're trying to say, do the same things. Now, I heard that Destiny has like banned pro DSA speech in his Reddit or some shit like that. That's fucking wild. So if I mean, if that's the case, that's fucking insane. But I don't think overall, like, the moderates have become anti-democratic. I also disagree that Biden was further left than, say, FDR. I mean, FDR didn't exist in my lifetime, so I don't know. Administration pre-Nixon, Reagan, yes, furthest left in our lifetime, but not within the century. Yeah, sure. I mean, everything moves back and forth, but you're making the case that, like, they just continue to move right. And I'm saying that's not the case. Like, there's always a pendulum swing back and forth. You're saying there's a trend right. I'm saying in my lifetime, it's been a trend left. Like you started with Carter and Clinton. And then now you're going all the way to FDR. I feel like we're moving the goalposts a little bit here. The DSA no longer endorses AOC and rarely play a part in actually getting candidates elected. They only show up to take undeserved credit. Again, that's the national DSA. So again, the national DSA, yes, they didn't endorse AOC. That is correct. The national DSA. But the national DSA, again, is just one aspect of the DSA, whereas there's tons of different groups within the DSA that are building their own coalitions. Do you know what the American system of economics is? You talking to me? It's capitalism with a mixed economy. There has been a trend right economically.
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send a voice.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you can't even say your name, I'm not going to trust that you're going to come on here and actually have a fucking conversation if you can't tell me what your name is or give me a name. What the fuck? That's kind of something you should research. I'm sorry. Are you saying I'm wrong? Like you asked me if I know. I said yes. So what the fuck? What are you talking about? You should research this thing on your own. Research what? I said yes. I said yes, I know the answer. What do you mean? Yeah, you can research your mom. Liberalism is a mental illness. Liberalism is the system that the ideology that the Constitution was built on. Liberalism is what America is built on. Liberalism is American values at its core. So if you're against liberalism and you think it's a disease, you're just anti-American. Classical liberalism? No, it's liberalism. Ism, right? The ism is the ideology. So when you guys say liberals, okay, liberals, we call those like a group of people who are not like the conservatives in America, right? Liberals are the people who vote for Democrats. Liberalism is the ideology that it's built on. Liberalism is what the Constitution is built on. Nut job? How about this, Rob Dog? You want to put money on it that the Constitution is built on the liberalism? You want to come bet me? You want to put money on it? If I'm a fucking nut job, you can make a lot of money real quick, real easy, bro. You can make a lot of money real easy. Just put some money down, and then we'll pull up the statements from founding fathers on this shit. Let's get it. glad you're trying to teach people in good faith. Some of these dipshits think democracy means Democrat and Republican means Republican. I know. It's I mean, it's like colloquial usage of the terms to where people have obviously come to associate the words with very different things. But I put $1,000 that the Constitution included slavery in the past. Wow, you think? You think? I said it was built on liberalism, not that everything in it was necessarily a great practice of liberalism, just that it was built on liberalism. Like, this is something that a lot of gripers will say a lot of times, where they'll be like, how can you say that the Constitution was liberal when it had slavery? It's like, it just means that we weren't good at practicing liberalism. It means that we needed to realize the liberal values a little bit better. But at the time, like, it's also based on like fundamental aspects. Like, one thing that people hate it when I say this. Okay, so go ahead and, you know, squeeze your butt cheeks together real hard while this comes out of my mouth. But when you say like liberalism, and we're talking about the Constitution, the rights that we're talking about in there, these apply to people, right? This is about like your personhood. And if you have personhood, these rights apply to you. Black people were not considered people. They were not considered persons. So while you say like, oh, they weren't even practicing their own beliefs. Well, they were, but science said at the time that black people weren't people. Science at the time said that they had different skull shapes. You know, science at the time said that they were not humans in the same way that white people were, and so they were practicing their beliefs according to science, and what science said. It's just science turned out to be wrong. America was built on Enlightenment ideas. Yeah, well, that liberalism is the ideology that comes from Enlightenment ideas. What's your period that most Palestinians don't have Levantine or Canaanite heritage? Are you talking to me? Did you read my comment on my last stream? No, I have no idea. Our founding fathers, have half of them were descendants of indentured servants. The other half owned slaves. Yeah, I mean, something like, I live in Georgia. A big part of like Georgia that we are prisoners were sent to Georgia from, I think it was from Britain, I believe. Hey, yo, OF. Thank you. I like that it adds the sounds and stuff now. That's awesome. It's really cool. All right. I gotta run and grab a Red Bull real quick. Oh, I thought he sent me a video. That's not a fucking video. Shit. All right. I'm gonna play this video real quick. I'll be right back.
Welcome back. Well, within days, the state will take its first steps to change the election system. And the goal here is to get this in place before the 2028 presidential election, which will come up more quickly than we might think.
It certainly will. 11 Alive's Doug Richards taking a look at what can happen and how.
Republicans and Democrats here at the Capitol have been clamoring for a new voting system. A committee appointed this week will get started on it next week.
Paper ballots remove the doubt because they're available for recounts.
This was 7 years ago. The state had convened a committee to replace the 1990s computer technology that had fueled Georgia's voting system. Even 7 years ago,
paper ballots are the most secure system available today.
Many speakers warned the state to switch to hand-marked paper ballots. Georgia Tech's Rich DeMillo, a computer expert, was one of them.
There are disadvantages to introducing the technology that you don't have with paper ballots.
Now, DeMillo is hopeful the state will finally aim for a low-tech election system.
Figure out what are the minimum requirements to keep the election process safe from the things that would cause it to go crashing to the ground.
Well, I have just as many concerns with paper as I do any other system.
Then Secretary
This is our governor.
of State Brian Kemp argued hard against
Oh wait, is he Secretary of State now? Is he not? Wait, what? Secretary of State? Wait, who the fuck is our governor? It is Brian Kemp. What the fuck? Am I crazy? Wait, what did he just say? He said
Crashing to the ground.
Well, I have just as many concerns with paper as I do any other system.
Then Secretary of State Brian Kemp argued.
Secretary of State? He's the governor. Wow. What is... Oh, then. Okay. I thought they were saying, like, next, Secretary of State. Okay.
Crashing to the ground.
Well, I have just as many concerns with paper as I do
Okay, it says August 2018 there.
any other system.
Then Secretary of State Brian Kemp argued hard against hand-marked paper ballots in 2018. The result was the purchase of the Dominion voting system, which the state now aims to replace. Republican Victor Anderson is on the committee that will meet next week.
70-something% of the nation is voting on.
The person who didn't say their name called back again. Didn't go through. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, you called into the Tom Foolery Show?
I did.
Hey, this is Tom. What can I do for you?
Hey, I'm just wondering, man, what do you think about the DSA? Why don't you like them? The National DSA.
The National DSA? Their platform is radical. Their platform's wild.
Okay, I mean, we've been radical before. Look at MLK. Look at all these other radical movements. They've been radical. They've been called radical, and they were for the best. They were for the best.
Well, okay, so I'm saying I disagree with it, and I guess I don't
disagree with it too. With the stuff, banning the Senate. I mean, that's crazy. I think we need to, uncap the Senate instead of, banning it outright. I disagree with some stuff, I guess, but not entirely,
Well, even on top of that, I just don't agree with, like, so one of my issues with the overall DSA program is that they call themselves democratic socialists. I don't really agree that they are socialists. They don't, like, generally the DSA was not built on the workers owning the means of production. Instead, they just want the government to do more stuff, which is like, okay, I would never call that socialism. Socialism is, yeah, to me, workers owning the means of production. But they do allow a lot of people within their group, within their party, that are in favor of the workers owning the means of production, and they're becoming more and more common within the DSA. And so my issue is that they are kind of lowering the stigma on the term socialist and making it seem normal, but that people who just want, they just want government programs, that those are the types of people who are getting elected, and then folks are more and more open to voting in socialists in the future who are going to want to have the workers own the means of production.
Yeah, I think that's even just a good thing, having, because, you hear the word socialist and communist and it's, oh my God, it's red scare propaganda. But, it's not crazy, I mean, and I think making, normal.
Why isn't it?
Is a good thing.
Why isn't it crazy?
What do you mean? So, well, I mean,
yeah, like the workers owning the means of production. Like, do you not think that, like, when it comes to the market, that capitalism is more efficient at, like, moving resources and finding pricing?
It's more efficient, yes, but I think the cost of human life. I think that is, that outweighs any, innovation that could come with capitalism.
Well, like what?
Well, let's take wage slavery, or even just real slavery of, people taken from Africa, they come to America and they're slaves, or even wage slavery of people not even be able to feed themselves or their family because they don't make enough.
Well, because they don't work? That's what you're saying? Because you're using the term wage slave, so it sounds like you're upset that they would have to work in order to make money.
They can't feed their family. They work so much, but they still can't.
Right, but you said your issue was wage slavery. Hold on. You said your issue was wage slavery, and now you're saying, like, these are people who are working. But wage slavery is the fact that people have to work in order to make money. That's what wage slavery is.
They have to work. They have to work so much to do this, and even people not getting enough also after working so much.
Again, I'm sorry. That's not wage slavery, though. Wage slavery is that they have to work to get a wage. That's what a wage slavery is, right? You agree that people should have to work to get a wage, generally, right? Unless they're like disabled or old, generally people should have to work in order to earn a wage. Okay, so that's wage slavery, is that like you can't live in a society and make money and feed yourself unless you go to work. And so they say that it's coercing them into going and finding a job and working for money, because if they choose not to, if they just don't feel like working, well, now they can't make a wage and they won't be able to feed themselves. So the system coerces them into doing it. That's wage slavery. Whereas, like, I agree that, like, so in order for people to be able to feed themselves, like, they should they should be able to make like a living wage. But I think that the majority of people are capable of doing that to some extent. I think that there's some areas where we should maybe raise minimum wage in state minimum wages or even federal minimum wages. But in general, I think that by far the majority of people are capable of doing that. And I don't think that we need to switch to socialism in order to make that happen.
Well, I mean, yes, the vast majority. However, it's like the saying, they came after the communists, but I wasn't a communist, so I didn't speak out. They came after the trade unionists, I didn't speak out. It's gonna eventually come down to the vast majority. People are gonna be forced to work, and they're not even gonna be able to feed themselves. That's what it's gonna be like.
But we're heading in the opposite direction. We're trending in the opposite direction. We have way less hunger, way less homelessness, way less starvation than ever before. We're trending in the exact opposite direction. What makes you think that that's going to happen soon?
Because we are at the collapse. I hate to say it, but I mean, people are homeless. Homelessness is going up. Starvation is going up because people, they can't make the money, I mean,
homelessness is increasing over like short periods of time. It's not increasing over like longer periods of time. Overall, our systems are getting better. There are catastrophes that happen here and there that are making it to where people are more likely to go homeless, but homelessness over long periods, like over 100 years at a time, we are trending way down.
I mean, yeah, but that's literally just because people are, making more money. That's just why. People are making more money. People are, there's more housing.
So that's a good thing.
Yes,
yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah.
However, homelessness now, compared to what it was like 10, maybe 5 years ago, it's going up. Homelessness is going up.
To an extent, like in some places for sure. Like California is one of the places that has the worst homelessness in the country.
And
in New York has the most per capita. But in California, they've decreased almost like 20,000. I think over the last 10 years.
You know why? You know why it's decreased so much?
Because
Gavin Newsom is bulldozing the homeless encampments, man.
So they just stopped being homeless when he bulldozed the encampments? That's what you think?
Yeah,
they stopped being homeless? What? Shut the fuck up.
All right, well, I gotta go.
Okay, later, homie. Okay, he's fucking with me. I get pissed off about people bringing up the encampments, you know, him bulldozing the encampments. I bring this up all the fucking time about how infuriating this is to me that leftists bring this up, because they always bring it up as like a way to say that Gavin Newsom hates the homeless people. And it's like, dude, homeless people have been like in the best situation, you know, under Gavin Newsom. He's done the best under them, or they've done the best under him. So yeah, it's kind of fucking, it's really annoying when people bring it up. He knows. He knows the shit. You can't have homelessness if you don't count them. There you go. There you go. Let's stop counting them, and then we'll have less homelessness. You have Republicans on the floor talking about how Social Security is fraud. They want to privatize and break it. Yeah, I mean, Republicans are fucking retards. If we're gonna compare everything to what Republicans want, then we're just fucked. Like if we're acting like the standard is what Republicans want, then we're already fucked. But even with what Republicans want, I still don't think that this is the answer. Like, worker co-ops are generally good and seem to be beneficial. So like when we say like workers owning the means of production, I don't think all forms of this are necessarily bad, but obviously there's the more systemic form of them actually owning the means of production. Like that's no bueno. Are you a Zionist? I guess it depends on what you mean by Zionist. Everybody's a Zionist in some form or shape. Like, I heard Hassan recently calling Nick Fuentes a Zionist, the guy who like literally hates Jews in Israel more than anybody alive. Apparently he's a Zionist, so I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck a Zionist is anymore. I have no idea. Because like lots of times people will say like, are you a Zionist? And I'm like yeah, I think that like Israel has the right to exist. Like, you know, I think I'm in favor of a two-state solution, like blah blah blah. And they're like, you know, no, that's not a Zionist. Zionism means you're in favor of the genocide. Okay, what? No, I'm not in favor of that. What the fuck? I don't. But yeah, people use all sorts of different fucking terms for this shit. I mean, you asked the question, and then you seem too fucking stupid to engage in the nuance of your own fucking question. If you don't know enough about your own question, don't fucking ask it, bro. If you don't know enough to clarify your own fucking question, why are you asking it? You dodged the question, idiot. Okay, what I answered it very specifically. I literally said what I'm in favor of and what I'm not in favor of. So you're saying, of the two things that I gave, of what I'm in favor of and what I'm not in favor of, you're saying neither one of those qualify as Zionism to you, right, Ryan? Right? Just want to be clear. You're saying neither one of those are Zionism. Yes? So when I said I believe that like Israel has the right to exist, you're saying that's not Zionism. And then when I say, okay, I'm also not like, I'm not in favor of, you know, Israel engaging in like genocidal actions against Palestinians, you're saying that's also not Zionism. So what is Zionism then? If you think I'm dodging, what the fuck is Zionism then? Give me your definition of this. You can't have the Israeli state without the ethnic cleansing. Why? A nation's right to exist is their ability to enforce their existence to an extent, but obviously like a lot of it'll have to do with whether or not other countries are willing to help them enforce their existence as well. And that's kind of what, you know, since World War II, that has been the idea, is that we just kind of want to leave borders where they are. Israel is the exception to that. Israel is the one where they came in and you know, you couldn't leave borders where they were because the fucking French and the British were leaving the Middle East, and so you weren't able to just leave borders where they were, and they were trying to like make deals with people to have their own borders before they left. The Palestinians didn't accept. The Israelis did. Israelis you know, had the ability to enforce their borders at the time, but that also applies to Palestinians. And if Israel is consistently in Palestine,
God bless is not real.
The true, thank you. IDF kills children. Appreciate the dono. Thank you, sir. W's in chat. W's in the motherfucking chat for the $20. Sheesh. Yeah, see, Ryan's not answering the question because they're not actually asking if you're a Zionist. They're trying to find some way to fuck with you, which is why, like, no matter what you say, Nick Fuentes will end up being a Zionist in the end. Like, they can't even give me a definition of Zionism because they don't know what the fuck it is. They have no idea what it is. It's just a term to be mad at. W's in chat for IDF. W's in chat. But yeah, that applies to Palestinians as well. Obviously, Israel, you know, being in Palestine, they have to be able to exist and have their own borders as well. Leftists don't care the Ottomans colonized, stole the land, teamed up with Hitler, and lost World War II, losing the land. If Israelis weren't largely white, they wouldn't care. Yeah, I don't think it's about whether or not they're white. I think it's about the fact that they have the backing of Western powers. That's what they're against. They're against, like, the United States. They're against the British. They're against the UN. They're against the Western powers being in favor of this or being behind it. And so because Western powers are behind it, that's their major issue with Israel. Not that they're white as much as they're associated with the United States. All right. If anybody wants to come call in, feel free to do so fairly quick here. Otherwise, I'm probably going to move on in just a little bit. settler colonialist. Come on, Tom, what do those Western powers have in common? When non-white countries do colonialism, they don't care. Well, I'm sorry, your example of them not caring about something is something that was gone before World War II. So I don't know, like, you would have to give a more modern example in order for me to know whether or not they cared about it, because you're just giving me examples of things that don't currently exist. I don't think that people are going to be throwing a fit and, like, you know, voting for people for Congress over whether or not they like the Ottoman Empire. I'm going to need something a bit more modern that actually is relevant to politics whatsoever to know if they actually care. You're just saying, like, oh, they didn't care about the Ottomans. Barnes dropped out. Hong is going to win. Yeah, they, according to polling after the debate, nobody else really has a chance, so it is what it is. Ryan, you don't know what a Zionist is. Like, you can do all your funny little talking points that make you feel warm and fuzzy inside, but you don't know what a fucking Zionist is, so it's very meaningless when you've already shown you don't know what a Zionist is, and then you're still over here, oh, scratch a Zionist and a fascist bleeds. You don't know what a fucking Zionist is, buddy. Shut the fuck up. All right. No. Let me make sure I didn't miss. I keep, every time I look over at this, it says that I have 2 missed calls again. It's not muted. Everything's turned on. Google Voice just kind of fucking sucks. Are you a communist? Obviously not. That's kind of what this here would mean. Starting tomorrow in Texas, all forms of THC possession sales will be a felony. They are doing this to fill all the private prisons here. Really? The Texas possession of THC concentrates, edibles, and newly reclassified hemp variants is a felony, even in tiny amounts, categorized by total weight, including the product's carrier weight. This is odd. Like, under even Trump has been one of the few who has legalized more THC items like hemp, and the conservatives are still moving in the fucking opposite direction under Trump. What is happening, dude? What the fuck is happening? Under 1 gram, state jail felony. What the fuck? I mean, that's kind of the way that it is in Georgia, except they were misdemeanors, but you still went to jail for it. I got caught when I was younger with under a gram, and still went to jail. Still had to do a year probation for it. So. Dumb question. Would you either want to live in Star Wars or Star Trek? You're not a main character. I don't know. I mean, I don't watch either one of them really enough to know enough about like their systems or their politics or any of that shit. So Tom apparently wants rapists, murderers, thieves, and degenerates poisoning our country, at most people with IQs of less than 50. Why don't you just call in then, Gary? If that's what you think. I would bet I would be able to make the case that you want that way more than I do. I bet you I could prove you want that more than I do. I would guarantee it. I would guarantee it. I can prove you want that. And I'm not talking about rhetorically. I'm not talking about I can just like back you into a corner to make it seem like that's the case. I'm saying I guarantee I can prove you want that. Don't be a scaredy cat. Just call in. Gary.
Ariana tipped $2. Don't believe this guy. This guy is a Jewish Muslim communist. Muslims affluent lie about their ideology when being attacked.
A Jewish Muslim communist. Sheesh. I mean, people who are in favor of Israel's like initial Zionism was pro-socialism, was far left movement. So not even true, Tom. It's only synthetic THC variants, like dab and wait, what do you mean it's not true? It says right here. In Texas, possession of THC concentrates, edibles, and newly reclassified hemp variants. Oh, I mean, yeah, this does say like variants on here, yeah. Even in time, because all of the other things are already illegal. Categorized by total weight, including products carrier weight, under 1 gram. Oh my goodness, including the product's carrier weight. So that means that if you get like a vape with like Delta, what is it? Delta 9 in it, and the vape and like the glass and everything, they're not counting just the juice inside. They're counting the whole fucking thing. That's insane. That's so there's no fucking way, dude. There's no way. There's no way they can make the thing that's not even, I mean, I guess I don't know. That's insane. I feel like there's no way. All vapes are illegal here? What the fuck? Fuck that shit. I think Delta 9 is normal THC. I thought it was a variant. I thought it was a hemp. It either normally comes from hemp or like plants and shit, I thought. Yes, hemp derived delta. Yeah, so yeah, delta 9 is hemp derived. They're part of upcoming federal bans, even though Texas is uniquely keeping that. Okay, so Texas is allowing those to stay legal, even though they are a hemp derivative, but the federal government is getting ready to ban it? What the fuck? I have like a couple THC, like Delta 9. It's not even Delta 9. It's like literally every Delta that exists all mixed into one sort of thing. The like 8, 9, and 10. And then it also has, I don't know, all of the other shit mixed in it. It's called a Jeffrey. If you've ever seen Get Him to the Greek, they have this version called a Jeffrey that has literally every sort of thing mixed in, plus what are the oils called again that come from like THC plants? I'm in the industry. D9 is regular THC. It's just isomerized. Yeah, it won't let me scroll up to look at the chat. All right. Let's move on. If people want to call in, you're still free to do so, but we're gonna move on.
In politics, everybody wants to take advantage of new media. Politicians are doing campaign events with streamers. Appearing on podcasts is an important part of electoral strategy. And Bernie Sanders is doing viral videos talking to AI. But how much do you really understand the new media ecosystem with all its personalities and different kinds of content? I've got a little experience in this area, and this is my guide to the left of center new media ecosystem. Since we're talking about a media ecosystem here, I thought there was no better way for me to illustrate some of the concepts that I'm talking about today than with an actual ecosystem chart. So I've drawn a coral reef ecosystem here, and as we go through and talk about each of the items and creatures on the chart, I'm hoping you'll get a sense of not just who all the big players are, but what the relationships between them look like. A little while ago, I saw this chart from Chaotic Era looking at the most viewed political YouTube channels for the month of April. For sure, YouTube is not the end-all be-all of online politics, but we're on YouTube, and this chart does allow us to see one really important fact that I think is lost on a lot of people who talk about new media, which is that old media is still incredibly important. They just put their stuff online now. Take a look at this. The number one.
Yeah, this is something that like right-wingers seem to consistently not understand when they're talking about how, you know, Fallon and Kimmel and all of these people, they're dying, they're you know, they're not making money anymore, alternative media is killing them. It's only through television that they're trending down. If you continue to include their views on things like their websites, on YouTube, on other, you know, Twitter, their clips that go viral, they're still doing fine. They're still doing fine, including CNN, including like all of these different, you know, mainstream media outlets. They're all doing just fine. But nobody ever thinks to check how well they're doing online. They just look at their ratings on television and then leave it at that.
political YouTube channel is Fox News, followed by MS Now, which is what MSNBC is called now, in case you didn't know. I thought it might be useful to point this out at the beginning because it feels like a lot of our political discourse revolves around interesting characters like Tucker Carlson or Hassan Piker, people who drive headlines and are always doing something that somebody wants to comment on. It's not wrong to talk about these people, not at all, but one of the messages that I want to drive home in this video is that different parts of the new media ecosystem serve different purposes. And when it comes to just communicating with as large of an audience as possible, it sure looks like the old networks are still on top. As standard TV continues to decline, I don't think it's really a surprise that people who enjoyed watching cable news on TV are continuing to watch it on YouTube. Another thing that my audience, who I know primarily uses phones and computers to watch my videos, may not know is that over 50% of YouTube's total watch time these days occurs on TVs. I would guess a lot of Fox and MS Now viewers are watching.
This is something that I've heard a lot of people say, is that the majority of the people who listen to them or watch them are watching on televisions. For me, it is not. That is not the case. For me and my channel, my analytics show the exact opposite, that like it is very few people who watch me on television. We say like obviously when you're talking about watching on television, you're talking about the fact that like they're either using a cast button to watch it on their television, or they're using like a smart TV to just pull up the app and watch it on that. But yeah, I'm gonna pull up my analytics real quick. Just
Jason Watlington tipped $10. Hope everyone here is having a swell day.
Jason, appreciate the $10 dono. Let's go. Let's fucking go, boy. Yo. All right. Adam Mockler got Obama's casual endorsement. Nice. Well done, Mockler. Okay, so I'm looking at my analytics right now for audience. There it is right there. Okay. So for all, 2.8% watch on a tablet, 9.3% watch on a TV. It's 9.3% are watching on a TV, 36% on a computer, and then 51.5% are on a phone. So that's half of my audience watches on a phone, and then the other half is like mostly computers, and then small amount on TV, pretty much nobody on a tablet. But that's for everything, okay? That's the majority of my views are coming from live streams. The majority of my views are coming from people who come in while I'm live. Then I put out videos and I put out shorts. So if we go look at just videos, it's actually even higher. 65% are watching on a mobile phone. So if we do all of them, it's 51% on a mobile phone. But for a video, 65% are watching on a mobile phone. About 25% are watching on a computer. 7% are watching on a TV, 2% on a tablet. So it goes down for television and everything else. It goes up for mobile phone. Then shorts, I'm assuming for shorts, it's like going to be like 80% phone. Yep, 86% phone, 86.8% phone, 7% computer, 3% TV, 2.3% tablet. And then, yeah, for live streams, 48% on a mobile phone, 40% on a computer, 10% on a TV, 3% on a tablet. That's just for the last 28 days. I guess if we do, let's do the last 90 days, get a bigger sample size. Yeah, still the same. Still the same. Nothing really changes. So yeah, I hear a lot of people saying that like they have a large portion of people who watch their streams on televisions, whereas yeah, not me, not my audience.
This on a full-face hand-marked type ballot now. All the election integrity, the cybersecurity people tell us that is the most secure method.
Representative Anderson says he hopes the committee will make its recommendations before the legislature reconvenes in January. The legislature can do whatever it wants with the recommendation. At the Capitol, Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
All right. Is the other debate still going on? I was wanting to listen back to some of it. But if he's still going. Yeah, they're still going. They're still talking the Hobbit?
They're able to like sane wash what it is that they're doing, and they're like, well, we actually just want to give Medicare to everybody, and it's like it's all about healthcare and making sure that workers have rights.
Yeah, but we're positing that you know what you know. I mean, you don't really believe that they just want Medicare.
Okay, they're not still talking the
Yeah,
Hobbit.
but I also don't know what they look like when they're in power, so that's what it makes it a difficult question.
This is the
Oh no, they are.
This is the Trump code.
Yeah, it's still
Like,
Pisco,
this is the Trump
Avi,
code.
and
It's
Hobbit.
like, okay, well maybe Trump would have been, maybe voting for Trump's not. This was even my cope at one point in time. It's like, oh well, maybe it's not bad because I don't know how Trump's going to be when he's like in power, and maybe the guardrails will hold and everything like that. Like you're doing the Trump code for Dario.
Yeah, so I think that the difference between voting for Trump in 2016 and in 2024 is a completely different thing. I think that somebody could easily say, well, I don't know what Trump's going to do in 2016 and make that vote, and they'd be much less condemnable than somebody who voted for him in 2024.
Okay, but this isn't even Trump. This is Marco. Okay, but this is Marco Rubio, or any, but like fill in the blank. Is there any Republican that you would consider like fairly close to the average you would consider? Because it just looks very weird, for you to.
They've been fighting over prescriptions. Well, I was listening earlier, and it was really frustrating because a lot of times when I listen to other people debate, I feel like, and especially I feel like Pisco, when you can see that there's an issue where they're not getting past it. I feel like a lot of times Pisco just continues to point out the distinction and doesn't actually ask questions to move the conversation forward. And Avi, I think Avi is generally better at doing that, but even in this, he didn't do it. The issue is that every time Hobbit, for those of you who were listening to it, every time Hobbit kept saying, I think like when we're talking about being in the tent, we're talking about people who are in favor of like the Democrats and they agree with the Democrats. Okay, well then later, Pisco would say, what's your issue with the majority report? And he'd say, they're in favor of this thing and they're mad that the Democrat Party isn't doing this thing. And then Hobbit would say, sorry. Yeah, the guy Hobbit would say, I'm mad that majority report isn't doing this thing, and I'm mad that the majority report is mad at Democrats for not doing this thing. And so then Pisco would say, yeah, but the majority of Democrat voters are also mad at the Democrat Party for not doing that thing. They would say the same thing. They would say, yeah, most Democrat voters are also not happy with them. So who cares? Like, what's the issue here? And hold on a second. Okay. The problem is that the guy isn't actually pushing for like anything that is aligning with the Democrat Party. He's not explaining himself very well. So one of the things that Pisco needed to ask, that I put like right here, Pisco, ask him if the socialists take over, if that's what he advocates for then. Like if they become the establishment, if DSA becomes the establishment, are you now going to say anybody who doesn't agree with socialism is out of the tent? No, of course not, right? Of course not. That's not what this guy's going to say. So if that's the case, then really it doesn't matter what Democrats agree with or don't agree with. That doesn't matter. He's talking about like liberals. He's talking about what liberals want. He's talking about specifically liberal ideology, not just Democrats. And so this is where there was like this really hard like distinction that they weren't getting past, and they were just butting heads over and over and over. And it literally, I listened to them for like maybe 45 minutes, just get stuck right there and not move. And eventually Pisco brought on Avi to try to help like move them along. But even Avi was not really getting at the core of where the disagreement was. And so, yeah, this is also, again, why it's important to like, the conversation should be about content creators, because when it comes to voters, like we're saying that the content creators are influencing the voters to believe these things. So if they're like, if you keep saying, well, yeah, but the majority of voters, they agree with that. Yes, because the fucking content creators are the ones who are telling them that. No, duh. It's the fucking content creators' fault. It's the content creators that we need to be talking about. It's them that we need to be, pushing out of the coalition and whatnot. Like, that's where the conversation needs to stay. And the fact that people keep trying to find a way to include politicians, to include voters, to include all these other people, it's fucking obnoxious. Like, you're just getting to a point where you're not going to be able to include, like, you're not going to be able to be consistent as a liberal who's upset with the DSA. Because if you do that, every fucking time, everything you bring up, they're going to keep bringing up the fact that, yeah, but the majority of Democrats the majority of Democrat voters don't like Democrats. The majority of Democrat voters want us to move further left. The majority of Democrat voters want this thing or that thing. Like, it's not going to be beneficial to have the argument when you're including voters in any way, shape, or form. It's just never going to be fruitful. If people are afraid of socialism, they should avoid stupid wars. That's how socialism came about, along with a few other stressors. I mean, I don't think war is like the thing that always brings about socialism. Like, currently in our country, people are just becoming more malleable to socialism because they're getting their information from independent media online, and independent media online is always going to be incentivized to be against the establishment, to be against like mainstream media and those sorts of things. And so they're always in a fight with mainstream media to get more eyes on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter, and like they're always in a fight with mainstream media. So they're always incentivized to go against mainstream media views, and because otherwise, if you're in favor of mainstream media views, you're already watching mainstream media. You're not coming on YouTube as much. You're not looking for something else somewhere else. So it's I feel like the main issue is just content creators. That's where the real problems lie, and that's where the conversations should stay focused. All right, what is this?
Not only is it electoral suicide, but also it's just bad policy. The AI thumbnails are so cringe. I like AI, okay? I have fun with it. I enjoy playing with it. So, you don't like them? That's okay. You don't have to. There's a lot of people's art I find kind of silly. I find the the standard thumbnail that people do with face, word, and like an arrow, I find that silly too. But it's not my thumbnail. They can do whatever they like, right? It's their thumbnails. If that's how they want to do it, by all means, I guess.
Here, we'll come to this later.
I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions.
I think we would have found out today whether he created the virus and killed people if he hadn't taken the fifth.
How'd that meeting go?
It was great.
was one of the best meetings that we've had.
That might be the only thing he's ever said that I believe.
They would happily kill every American.
What's your strategy for
liberals,
victory?
They would happily kill you as well.
If there's one thing that this war has done in a very short period of time, it has united Iranians inside the country.
Populism is too vague for me to even use the label. It's not vague at all. Populism is just about, like, it's about using a rhetorical strategy to go after the powerful and the people in charge. That's it. It's saying that, like, they're bad, they don't do a good job, and they're too powerful. We have to stop them. And there's some leader who's trying to use that sort of rhetoric to gain a following in a movement. Pretty concise.
Zelensky and Netanyahu traveled to D.C. for the funeral of Senator Lindsey Graham, at least officially. In reality, they were both here to see President Trump. And the unofficial summit provided an historic snapshot of a world in turmoil, which is convulsing in ways that nobody can predict. This last year, the Ukrainian president was humiliated by Trump over a war he said he'd end in 24 hours. Just 5 months ago, the Israeli prime minister was hailed a hero as he led the US into a war that was supposed to last 3 weeks. Now Zelensky's on the rise. The US needs Ukraine's help to fight Iran. Netanyahu, on the other hand, landed in a country where almost half of the people in a new poll think he should be arrested for war crimes. He came prepared with one of his dodgy dossiers, new satellite footage of nuclear facilities.
I see that's pretty common though. Correct, but that is the problem right now. It's like a lot of people are trying to fight back against the populist sentiments that are growing on both the right and the left. It is a thing that is because it breeds a lot of other problems. It breeds like conspiracy theories. It breeds like discontent. Just generally, it breeds policy prescriptions that are more vitriolic than they are to actually fix things a lot of times. So like a lot of people are just like, you know, they want to kill the healthcare CEOs. They want to eat the rich. They want to, like, a lot of it becomes very punitive instead of it being like about actually fixing things. I don't see the right fight against as much. It doesn't matter if you fight against it. Again, populism is a rhetorical strategy. Populism is a means of gaining a movement. Populism is not about whether or not you actually fight against the powerful or the rich or anything. That's not populism. Populism is the rhetorical strategy that you use to gain a movement. So like Donald Trump is a populist leader because he uses rhetoric about draining the swamp and you know, going after the establishment, the mainstream media, he uses all of this populist rhetoric to go after everybody who is in power currently, to say that they're fucking everything up and he's the one who can come in and fix everything. That is standard populism. And similarly, the way that Bernie Sanders did it as well, populism.
Being rebuilt near Iran's Pickaxe Mountain. This time, Trump, well, he was having none of it.
Well, I don't need Bibi to tell me that. Bibi's telling me that because he wants me to stay involved. I mean, I don't necessarily. We have the finest, because of Space Force, we have the greatest cameras in the world focused on. We know exactly what's going on. But no, I heard Bibi announce that. I said, why don't you just tell it to me? Why do you have to announce it to the world? I know exactly what's going on at Pickaxe. It's not a big problem.
Well, the Israeli Prime Minister is fighting for his political life. He needs to convince his own people that he's the only one who can keep Trump on side. Watch his response to how that's going and judge for yourself whether you believe him.
How'd that meeting go? It was great. It was one of the best meetings that we've had. And I always hate to disappoint our would-be critics who are trying to find, cracks in our alliance. And what they find, like today, is a wall of granite, because the president is so clear. I mean, we have a common commitment. We don't want to see this fanatic regime in Tehran have nuclear weapons to threaten every American and to threaten the peace of the world.
Well, whatever your views on the Iran war, there is nobody less qualified on planet Earth to be talking about world peace. Iran fired missiles at a US base in Jordan overnight. The world awaits Trump's response to that. Peace no longer.
And Ukraine is entering the war now. Now Ukraine is fighting for Israel. Ukraine is literally Israel now. They are Israel. It's crazy.
Looks like an option. Well, joining us now to discuss all this is Jonathan Conricus, the senior fellow at the Foundation for the Defense.
Oh, I was so confused for a second, dude. I was looking at this, and if you see right here under his name, it says morgue here, and then on the other side it says GAN. And I kept looking at this like, what is this? When did they start doing this? Morgue GAN.
An option. Well, joining us now.
But then, yeah, they zoomed out, and then I see it's, oh, it's just the logo printed over and over.
To discuss all this is Jonathan Conricus, the senior fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. John Kiriakou, the former CIA officer and author of the new book, The Ultimate Guide.
This guy's a genius. This guy's a genius. You gotta hand it to him. Great guy. Great guy. Right, guys? Great fucking
CIA
guy.
Skills, Tactics and Techniques. Scott Horton, host of the Scott Horton Show, and Jim Hansen, the Chief Strategist, Middle East Forum. Well, welcome to all of you. Scott Horton, it looks pretty clear the longer this war goes on, but it's become the very thing that Donald Trump always said he hated most, which is a protracted war in the Middle East, costing a huge amount of money, costing American lives. And it seems to have no end in sight. Netanyahu's now in Washington, but Trump's rhetoric seems to suggest that the wool is being pulled off his eyes, if you like, in relation to the veracity of what Netanyahu's saying about the war and where it is and what can be achieved. Do you think we're heading inexorably to a moment where Trump parts company completely with the Israelis on this?
Oh, I wish. I hate to say, Pierce, that in that clip of Netanyahu that you played there, that might be the only thing he's ever said that I believe. That he and Trump are good friends and they get along just fine and they agree completely on what they're doing. And, you know, Trump's very marginal complaints about the way that Netanyahu approaches public relations are essentially meaningless here. You know, Netanyahu is a psychopath, but he ain't schizophrenic. He understands the facts of life just as well as Donald Trump does. As we can all read in the Wall Street Journal, it was the commander of CENTCOM and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff that told Trump late last week, don't do this escalation, which he'd been planning this major escalation. They told him, don't do it because we can't contain it. We're going to have more dead Americans. They got more interceptors than we've got interceptors, Mr. President. So stop. And Netanyahu understands that exact same math as relayed to him by his American liaisons, including the president, that they have no options here. That's why they called it off over the weekend. That's why Trump called the war off back last April. And so the problem, the only real problem is the politics of it. How does Trump back out of a war that he already lost and make it look somewhat okay and be forgiven? And I'm here to go back to endorse what Joe Kent said at the very beginning, which is just cut and run, just turn around and leave. We've got nothing to lose. And that shifts the entire burden of dealing with the rest of Eurasia onto Iran about how they're going to handle the Persian Gulf from now on. It really doesn't matter to the American people. It doesn't even really matter to the American empire whether we lose dominance in that Gulf. The American empire was perfectly healthy before Jimmy Carter declared his doctrine in 1980.
This is so fucking stupid. What? This is so fucking stupid, dude. Shut the fuck up. Are you kidding me right now? Holy shit.
We'll be just fine without it now. But the problem is, if we want a comprehensive negotiated solution, that's just too many boxes that have to be checked. It can't be done. Trump is not willing to concede, even after he signed that MOU. He's not willing to seal the deal and finish it because it's too much of a personal humiliation for him and his politics. So I agree with Joe Kent that the easier answer is to just forget it. Just say, you know what, forget that whole thing ever happened. That was the old me. This is the new me. and just go on. And honestly, what would it cost the American
What
people
a fucking
to
idiot.
finally have peace?
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan Conricus, you're shaking your head there. I've got to say, I completely agree. If I was advising Donald Trump right now, I would say from the American national interest, get the hell out of this before it gets immeasurably worse. That the problem, as it has been evident to everyone from the start of this, is that the Iranians very quickly worked out that all they've got to do is control the Strait of Hormuz and fire off missiles and rockets at their neighboring Gulf states, and they can hold the entire global energy market literally over a barrel. And they keep doing that with impunity. You know, I woke up this morning to Donald Trump saying he's going to unleash fucking shit or hell or whatever it was, his normal, very inflammatory, abusive language. And it's like, well, the Iranians have been hearing this for 4 or 5 months. So what are you going to do? Right? You keep threatening to annihilate them one day, deal with them the next. There's this daily ridiculous dialogue almost with himself. And I know Trump well, and I'm seeing a guy who wants to get out of this desperately, can't work out a way to do it that saves face. And actually, Scott's right. Don't worry about saving face. Just get the hell out of it. Your thoughts?
Yeah, obviously, not surprisingly, my thoughts differ. I think that it would be very damaging for American standing. I think it would be damaging for what was referenced as the American empire. I think that weakness in one area is quickly seen and understood by enemies all around the world. And if you're weak in one area, you are deemed to be weak in another area as well. And
yeah, Trump has totally fucked us. He has totally fucked us in this area. And this is just going to be like an immeasurable problem for the United States going forward, unless he can figure some way to fix this shit, which he can't. Like, I part of me does feel like if this continues to go on, at some point, because I've been like betting people saying like, you know, he's never gonna put boots on the ground. He'll never do that. He doesn't have the political capital for it. He doesn't have, like he would lose all support from even Republicans if he tried putting fucking boots on the ground. MAGA, like the whatever's left of MAGA would turn on him pretty quick. That is one thing that he just can't fucking do. Like when a lot of people say that they're anti-war in MAGA, they don't really mean anti-war. They mean anti-troops dying. They don't give a fuck about war. They don't have a problem with war. They don't want our troops dying. And so if we actually put boots on the ground and our troops start to die, like that's it. That's the end of it. He's absolutely fucked.
I know this from, you know, from the local micro environment of the Middle East, where we fight various enemies. If we are perceived as weak by one of our enemies, then the others will perceive us as weak as well, even if we aren't. The test case of Hamas versus Hezbollah, we were weak and unprepared to fight, and you know, we had these whole paradigms of thought that were very defeatist and sounded very similar to the point that were made just a few minutes ago. And the enemies heard that, saw that, took notice, and they used it against us. And then the other enemies thought that, well, maybe we'll have a go at Israel as well. And Hezbollah went, and the Iranians went, and many others. The point here is that, yes, of course, wars are horrible. People die in wars. I have fought. I don't know who else on the panel has been in uniform and put themselves in harm's way, but I have fought for my country. And Israelis continue to fight for their country, not asking anybody to fight for us, unlike many other American allies who ask for Americans to be deployed in their countries. We don't. And with the current situation here, I think that it would be actually humiliating for the U.S. to do such a childish and immature and, you know, Barbie-like kind of thing, to say, well, enough, and I'm just going home, let's forget about it. Have you ever heard of a leader say such a thing without thinking about the serious long-term consequences for the projection of force, deterrence? Think what will the Chinese say? Well, of course, the Chinese will have levers of influence over the US as well, whether it's energy, chips, manufacturing rare earth minerals and many other things. It'll hurt to confront the Chinese as well. It'll hurt to confront the Russians as well. So what? If you believe in something, if you listen to your enemy, and the Iranian regime is an enemy of the United States of America, they would happily kill every American.
What's your
Leftist
strategy for
liberals,
victory?
That's so fucking
they would
stupid.
happily kill you as well if they had the opportunity to sue.
What
to
is
do
your
so.
strategy for victory?
This, my strategy
I mean, that's
as
a
an
very
Israeli
important question, Jonathan. No.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what it is. What is victory? Because if victory is supposedly preventing Iran from developing a nuclear weapon,
No,
I
it
would
isn't.
say it is far
It
more
isn't.
likely.
It
well,
isn't.
hang on. Well,
That isn't
that's what
victory.
Donald Trump has
I
said.
know.
That's what Donald Trump has said. Right? So
Yeah.
let me just
What
remind you
I
what the
see
President
as
of the United
victory-
States has said is the stated mission. Right, is
Yeah, I
to
mean, that
stop
would
them
be
developing
a-
a weapon. Now, hang on, Jonathan, hang on. Last time I
Hang on.
checked, they still have control of all their enriched uranium. They are, if we are to believe that just 8 months after the 12-day war, where we supposedly put them back decades in their nuclear program, they were 2 weeks away from developing one and potentially using it immediately, then presumably that threat still applies. Now you've got the Americans saying to the Saudi Arabians, you can have a nuclear weapon if you join the Abraham Accords. If you're Iran,
No, you can have enrichment.
what is
You can have
stopping you
nuclear
now?
energy. No.
Well,
nuclear
okay,
energy
it's
and
the same
enrichment,
argument.
not
It's the
weapons.
same. It's the same argument about Iran. Iran says that's what they want the enriched uranium for.
It isn't,
and
Piers.
you guys have
Come on, be
perceived that to
serious.
mean
You can't compare the Saudis to the Iranian regime.
It is.
No, it isn't.
It is the
It
same
isn't. Let's
argument.
be
And
serious.
my point is
No,
this.
let's be serious.
My point
You
is this.
cannot
Jonathan.
No,
My
let's be
point is
serious.
this. Wait a minute. Let me make my point. My point is, if you're the Iranian regime and you see all this going on, and you know that 4.5 months into this war, you still have the regime intact, the Ayatollah's been replaced by his son, the IRGC are in full control, your people aren't rising up, and you control the Strait of Hormuz, and you're causing devastating damage to the neighboring Gulf states by firing off missiles directly impacting their business model going forward. If you're aware of all these facts, and you've got all your enriched uranium, and the President of the United States is saying to the Saudi Arabians, you can basically have what the Iranians have, why on earth would you have any incentive to end this?
So I'll briefly just say this. The there's a 90% inflation in Iran. Their currency is plummeting. They don't have money. There's growing unrest on Iranian streets, which isn't reported in Western media because they don't allow it to be reported. And the only thing that I think should have been done better by the president in the management of this war isn't the fact that he launched the war together. I think that is.
Bro, as soon as you start a sentence saying the only thing I think Trump could have done better as far as the war goes, you're fucked. You are a fucking retard. As soon as you start that fucking sentence, the only thing, like there's one fucking thing, like you could ever have one fucking thing that's a problem with the way that Trump has conducted this war. You're fucking cooked.
Exactly what the president of the United States should have done. The only thing that I regret is that he had very odd bedfellows, whether it's Turkey, Qatar, or Pakistan, that I think have given him very poor advice. And that is a shame, because if he hadn't called off various plans that were in motion, then I think we could have been in a different situation. If he'd listened to other countries, like the Emirates, like Israel, like Jordan, like other countries, and not to basically Muslim Brotherhood.
I'm not hearing anything about what to do
Qatar
about
and
Iran
Turkey. Then I think the situation could
What's
have
your
been much
plan?
better, and the situation would have been much better, and the Iranian regime would have been brought to their knees. And finally,
This
about
is so much
victory,
hot air. Why don't you
not
say
at all, sir.
how
Not
we're
at
going
all.
to
What I'm
open that
saying
strait
is
with
not at
force
all,
without
sir.
losing our ships
What
to the
I'm
bottom of the
saying
Gulf?
What I'm saying
All right,
is that victory against the
Scott
Iranian
Horton wants
regime.
some strategy. All right, let's get to it. I've got a strategy. All right, you want a strategy?
Okay,
We're
great. I'm
done. We
listening.
tried negotiation. We tried negotiation. President Trump did the right thing. The right thing was try to find a way to end this with the least amount of kinetic energy and damage that you could put forth. Okay, it didn't work. The enemy gets a vote. They figured out that their asymmetric threats to both the Strait of Hormuz and now the Bab el Mandeb are enough to shut down the global economy and oil in a way that we could not sustain, and for a short time they could.
Let's be serious.
So now he has to deal with both U.S. elections and what happens next. But the real problem is the Islamic Republic of Iran. And it's time to quit tap dancing around the fact that it is well past its expiration date. And it's time to tell the world they need to move on. The Iranian people and the rest of the world deserve something better. So what we need is Operation Epic Finale. And we need to do it like the end of that fireworks display on the 4th of July here in D.C., where we barraged everything. Kill as many of the IRGC leaders, because they're the problem, as you can, and CIA and Mossad know where a lot of them are. Crush them hard immediately, and then say, we're going to take a break until the U.S. midterms are over. You can get your stuff together and surrender, or after the midterms, we move into a phase where we start degrading them and creating the conditions inside Iran for the people of Iran to choose their own government. Call for a national referendum where international observers come in and let the people decide whether they want to continue this revolution that has caused nothing but death and destruction for them for all these years, and replace that with something that turns them back into a prosperous and decent nation and member of the community of nations. That's a plan.
With all due respect, I don't know you. With all due respect, sir, isn't that exactly how this war started? By killing all the IRGC, killing the Ayatollah, telling the people to rise up.
And we said we're not doing regime change, we're going to negotiate. No, the difference is you call an end to any of this. We can make a deal with an apocalyptic death cult that believes they need an Armageddon.
So yeah, sorry, Sparty, that I don't know if I finished the statement that I was making, but I think I've said that, like, I don't think he's, I've bet for a while that he wasn't going to put boots on the ground, but I do think that, like, the longer that this goes on, the more desperate he's going to get. And now I at this point, I am getting afraid that he would actually put boots on the ground, because he has to have some sort of outcome from this. I think he had hoped that from the beginning, he could just keep claiming that they won, and that would be that, because right off the rip, day one, you know, they were already claiming that they won the fucking war, and acting like that was that. So I am becoming, like, more and more afraid that they're going to end up trying to end up trying to put boots on the ground before his term is over. That's what I'm afraid of. We'll see, but that's what I'm afraid is going to happen.
Like event to bring the return of the 13th.
But that's what you're saying, is you make them surrender through power, right?
No, I'm saying make them surrender, beat them down as far as we can, then take a break, then bring back the blockade, bring back international pressure.
Jim, all due respect,
them.
Jim,
That's
Jim,
what's
Jim,
happening
Jim,
right now.
Jim, here's the problem. Jim, hang on, Scott. Jim, all due respect, this is exactly what's been going on for the last 4.5 months. I mean, let me bring in John Kiriakou. Welcome back to Uncensored. But it seems to me the Americans and Israelis threw the kitchen sink at trying to blow up the IRGC and the Iranian leadership. Then they tried a blockade, and they've done all these things. None of it's worked. And guess what? You can't deal with the Iranians. Well, I could have told them that before they started. The great big elephant in the room here turned out, well, you have to deal with them. Obama, over 2 years, got a deal that the Republicans condemned as terrible, but actually has turned out to be probably better at the moment than any of the deals that Trump's put in front of the Iranians. So we are further back than we were before a deal that was at least ostensibly holding in place in some form with a very dangerous, horrible regime. I don't dispute that for a minute. But John Kiriakou.
Yeah, Trump right now is regretting ever talking shit about the fucking Iran deal. Trump is totally regretting that. Hopefully this time he realizes he doesn't know shit about geopolitics.
You know, my problem with this is, and again, full respect to Jim, and I love having him on the show, as I do all my guests, but the bottom line is Americans have tried everything here, and none of it's worked. And last time I looked, the Americans have a missile problem. right? They're running out of defensive missiles against the Iranian ballistic missiles. I was told on very good authority last week that the Iranians still have at least 50% of their ballistic missile capability left, and they're regenerating as they go. I was told this by somebody who would know. The Americans clearly have a defensive missile issue, and the neighboring Gulf states, some of them are in big trouble. You look at the smaller ones like Kuwait and Bahrain and others, they are getting really, really jittery about what may happen in those smaller states. And I don't blame them. So my argument, John, is I've heard all this rhetoric. None of it's worked.
No, none of this works. And this is an ongoing problem that we've seen stretch over the course of decades. I saw it at the CIA. It's easy to invade a country. It's easy to kill the leadership, but it's almost impossible to come up with an exit strategy that works. And we never think these things through. There's never an exit strategy. We always think that we're going to be greeted as liberators, and we're never greeted as liberators. We're greeted as invaders and occupiers. If there's one thing that this war has done in a very short period of time, it has united Iranians inside the country against the United States, Israel, and the Gulf countries.
No, it hasn't.
The Iranians have to do to win this.
You don't know that, and it hasn't.
That's it. That's all they have to do to win.
You don't know that, and it hasn't. And you can look at the amount of executions by the Iranian regime, including yesterday and the day before yesterday, public hangings. You can see how united they are.
U.S. sources.
The only thing that they are united against is against the horrible regime that oppresses them. And the fact that you are doing their work and strengthening the propaganda.
So Jonathan, if that's the case, Jonathan, hang on. Jonathan, if that's the case, why is it that Israel has never been more unpopular, particularly in America, where 2/3 of Americans now have a negative view of Israel? 50% of Americans nearly want Netanyahu arrested on American soil. So you can talk about the Iranians and how everyone's united against them and so on. Actually, what is happening, and I say this as somebody who likes Israel, likes Israelis, hates to see this happening, but your country is becoming increasingly a global pariah because of the actions of its government, that government is being driven by absolute psychopaths like Ben-Gvir and Smodrich. And the more those guys do, and the appalling scenes we're seeing on the West Bank, for example, appalling scenes, right, which you should be the first to condemn. And I've always thought you try and be fair-minded when it's deserved the criticism. So here's your chance to be fair-minded. Are you happy with what's happening in the West Bank?
Let's first address what you said first about, the Israel standing in the world, which brings me great sadness. As someone who has been in media for a while, not as long as you and maybe some of the other panelists, but I can smell an influence operation a mile away. And what I give credit to is our enemies, the Palestinian Authority, and a few others, Qatar, lots of Qatari money, Russians, and Iran, for a very successful information campaign against Israel. They have been more successful information-wise than what we have been on the battlefield. And we have taken out Hezbollah, we've taken out Hamas, we have dealt significant blows to the Iranian regime. We have, I didn't interrupt you. We have taken out significant parts of our enemies on the ground. But unfortunately, what the Jewish state faces is unprecedented, unequal. It is unique in the world. The amount of attention, scrutiny, and double standards that are faced against Israel.
You put it. Yeah, but Jonathan, what Israel, the Jewish state as you call it, what Israel, through its action, through its government's actions, and I say that very precisely, through this current government's actions, it is that's made Israel an increasing pariah.
No,
not the way
isn't,
the media.
No, it isn't.
I don't get told. Well, how is somebody like me, for example, who for many months after October the 7th ran into all sorts of abuse from the pro-Palestinian side because I defended Israel's right to defend itself, but I kept asking as I did that, what is a proportionate response? And you lost me when the response reached nearly 80,000 deaths in Gaza. Then we saw the attacks on southern Lebanon, on Iran, on this and that. You're in perpetual state of warfare, And the rest of the world's watching this going, you keep saying you're the victims here, but you keep attacking places and killing endless civilians. And you keep saying, well, we don't mean to. We're only after the bad guys. But in the process of killing the bad guys, you are killing tens and tens of thousands of innocent people. And the rest of the world's watching this going, enough. Now, Jonathan, that is not PR. No one's paying me to say this. It is what I'm seeing with my own eyes.
Okay, after that, give me a chance to respond to that, because you really laid out so many things that are, at least that have, 2 sentences to speak about it. I suggest that you read the Substack of a British former army officer called Andrew Fox. I know he's maybe been on the show once and been in touch with the show. He just wrote a piece about the whole genocide libel falling to pieces, and he took each and every one of the components of the lies against Israel, specifically regarding Gaza. I won't go into all of the details, but I suggest that you read it and that you inform yourself. And if you ask, how have you fallen? Because you have also been influenced by this massive media operation against Israel. It is a media operation that I think no other country has faced.
If you want me to be better informed, if you want me to be better informed, hang on, Jonathan. Hang on, Scott. If you want me to be better informed, Jonathan, then let the international journalists into Gaza to do their job and find out for themselves. Let them do it. There's a reason Netanyahu doesn't want it to happen and is prohibiting journalists from going in there. They're embedded with the IDF and are friendly, like Andrew Fox.
Lots of reporting
and there is no independent free reporting in Gaza.
Yes,
none.
There is.
Zero.
Yes,
nada.
There is.
You banned all international media.
Reuters.
Which journalists got in freely without IDF
CNN,
embedment?
Washington Post and AFP all have correspondents on the ground reporting from Gaza. Yes, check their bylines.
Operating freely.
All of these are reporting from Gaza daily.
Freely.
They have been reporting since October 7. What you say is factually incorrect.
So there is no ban, just to be clear. Wow, hang on. You yourself, in previous interviews on this show, have admitted there is a ban on international media and it should be stopped.
I have said that there haven't been international correspondence.
Since October the 7th, they've all been there. Which one is it?
I'll tell you very clearly. CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, AP, and AFP, and Reuters all have staff on the ground, and they have been reporting. Gazan reporters who work for those agencies, and of course Al Jazeera as well. I forgot the Qatari.
So just to be clear,
machine. But what hasn't been allowed?
I thought that the narrative coming out of Gaza with Gazan journalists was they were all pro-Hamas. That's why 200 plus have been killed. And they're all pro-Hamas, therefore they're not actual journalists. Now your position is that the Gazan journalists are free, independent journalists and not Hamas. Is that your position? And secondly, there remains in place, as you know, Jonathan,
maybe I'm missing something. I don't understand I'm not getting the issue that Piers is trying to point out here.
Ban on all international media going into Gaza. Non-Gazan journalists from outside going in to do their job. So when you say to me, I should be better informed, I would love to be better informed. Let the journalists go in and do their job. The international media.
Journalists. 267 journalists, according to international NGOs, have been reported killed, cited by various organizations that they were only journalists. Out of those, more than 125 have already been recognized by Hamas and the Islamic Jihad as their own fighters. Now, where's the reporting on that? Where's the outrage of media organizations? People
Where's
like
the reporting on that?
Where is the reporting on that? It's in the same.
Let the journalists in and they'll do the reporting.
Let me give you a little information. About was there a genocide
to Gaza, talking about the voluntary emigration of the entire population of the Gaza Strip. That's the genocide the guy's sitting here denying to your face. Voluntary immigration with a bayonet in the back. Women and children, so they can steal their land.
Genocide?
Which
genocide? The population is growing, for Christ's sake. The Gazan population
was there a genocide in Fallujah? Let's talk about a direct comparison here.
Donald, guys, time out. Don't all talk at once. We can't hear you. Let me bring Jim back in here. Jim, look, go on. You want to say something?
Was there a genocide in Fallujah when the United States military was clearing that city in Iraq? Was there one in Al Anbar when the same things were happening? But the amount of civilians killed per enemy combatant killed is lower in Gaza than it was when the United States was doing that. It's the truth.
How do you know, Jim?
Those are
Jim,
facts.
Jim.
We don't know. That's kind of the point. We really don't know.
Even if you take the Gaza Health Ministry facts.
Jim,
go ahead.
Jim, respectfully, Jim, how many civilians have died in Gaza? Because we can't get that.
Nobody
number. So
knows for
if you
sure
know
because
it,
we're taking health ministry. But take that.
You can't do this. Like, we don't know. Also, this is how many. We know the ratio, but we don't know. But we know the ratio.
Take the
so
Gaza
how do
Health
you know
Ministry
the
number.
ratio? So how do you know? How do you know, Jim? The ratio is the best in modern times. Nobody knows. But they know the ratio is the best.
Take the worst case scenario. Take the lies from the Gaza Health Ministry and do the math from there on how many military-aged males were killed versus how many civilians, and compare that to every other existence of urban combat of which we have direct comparisons. We can do the math, and it's been done. What it says is that fewer people were killed in Gaza.
Let me bring in John. John, your response to that. The most moral army in the world.
We're ignoring the fact here that the internationally recognized definition of genocide includes the forced removal of people. You don't have to execute people for it to be a genocide. Forcibly removing a civilian population is a legal definition of genocide. And that's been announced, not just by Benjamin Netanyahu and Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, but by Donald Trump himself. Remember, he was going to make Gaza into the next Monte Carlo. No, better than Monte Carlo. That's genocide.
That's
really? That's genocide.
What you're doing
that's
now is
keeping people out of the hands of Hamas.
Out of the way so they wouldn't be
That's
killed.
moving them out of the way and keeping them safer so that Hamas won't use them as human shields. You call that genocide? I call you an extremely
at some
cruel
level,
person.
the Gazans don't even have the right to the territory. They got it as a
trying to
gift
save
from
them,
Israel.
guys.
Get in the
Their people out
because it was
give you a
Israel's
shot at
to
this.
give,
Why don't you
right?
see how you guys govern Gaza for your people?
Please.
Hamas took control. They turned it into a terrorist state, and we've seen what happens. Why would Israel tolerate that? There's no reason for them to tolerate that.
My argument, Jim, hang on. Don't all talk at once.
Agree with him.
Scott.
I want to agree about Hamas. Hamas is a terrible Islamist terrorist group. I'm not sitting here defending their side of the story here at all. However, it's so important to know, as I'm sure you must know, from great reporting from right-wing media like Richard Sale and UPI dating back to the 1980s, that the Israelis deliberately helped create Hamas and foist Hamas on the people of Palestine. I have an article about it called Netanyahu's Support for Hamas Backfired, and it's about how Netanyahu, according to his own government ministers, was pressuring Qatar to pay Hamas, to keep Hamas enthroned in Gaza, just so they can say to Americans, you don't expect us to deal with these terrorists, do you? And as Netanyahu said repeatedly, and we have him on video saying repeatedly, don't worry, I control the height of the flame. In other words, yes, to divide and conquer the Palestinian people, Israel foists Hamas on the Palestinians, but don't worry, they're not going to do
Hamas on themselves, and then Netanyahu kept them going. I would agree that he kept them going, and it was a bad idea. Cutting the grass, bad idea. All of those were bad policies.
You know what would be refreshing?
Okay, guys.
You know what would be refreshing?
Hang on. We've run out. Jonathan, we've run out of time. I want to ask each of you to give a one-line answer to this, and I mean it. Don't go on a rant. We haven't got time. I'll have to cut it off. A one-line answer, and the question is very straightforward. When will this war in Iran?
Don't you have every time? Don't you have perms to just jump in? Here, hold on 1 second. I gotta run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, and then
End, and how does it end, Jonathan? One line.
It ends with the fall of the Iranian regime, with stability in the Middle East, with freedom for the Iranian people, and with peace between Iranians and Israelis. I don't know when, but I know that will be the ultimate end of it.
Okay, John?
It ends on the last day of the Donald Trump presidency with nothing having changed.
Scott?
It's already over. All that remains is the details. There might be fits and starts until the final deal, but they already called their own bluff in launching this idiot war, and they've already lost it.
And Jim, finally you.
It ends when the people of Iran remove the Islamic Republic and replace it with a government representative of their needs. And the world community should unite behind that idea, not a U.S. invasion, a force of will by all the free people of the world.
Okay,
Amen.
I'm going to leave it there. Thank you all for a fascinating debate. I really appreciate it.
Okay, sorry. Ah, fuck, is he gone? I know. Oh, there he is. Jola. Yeah. Talk one more again. It's good. It's good. Sounds good too. It sounds like you got like a bass booster on there. I have voice meter as well, but I don't know where the fuck it. Oh yeah, that. Wait. Oh yeah. Okay, never mind. It is on there. I use voice meter. But it's just I don't like it very much. Because my problem, the main reason I use voice meter is because my mic is too quiet, and so I need to boost the gain like a lot. And then when I use it, if I want to turn on like the sound controls, like to get rid of some of the background audio and crap like that, and the like buzzing sounds and everything, because my mic is so quiet on the initial input, it just like cuts out way too much of my voice. It cuts out way too much of me speaking, and it's just that there's not much I can do. Even if I reroute it back in to it again a second time at a louder rank, it still cuts out my fucking voice too much. So that's what I do. Yeah, that's what I do. I use a number of like virtual audio cables for this. So you're supposed to go talk to Destiny tomorrow, eh? I know I saw that you posted like the last time that you talked to Destiny, he like got mad and then you were proven right. Isn't it the opposite though? Like, didn't Democrats end up using a lot more populist rhetoric, and it's just kind of hasn't really helped at all? Well, I just mean like even Democrats as a whole, when talking about like Donald Trump and the corruption, you know, the Israel, the wars, I feel like the majority of the rhetoric that we would expect from populists, those sorts of issues for people to fight on, I feel like Democrats have been like very vocal in fighting on those exact issues. You're muted for them? Okay. All right, I gotta fix all of my stuff then. I didn't realize yeah, that's right. I forgot I rerouted everything for the last panel because all the audio was so fucked. All right. So then this goes here. And then this goes here. Okay. Talk again.
Hello. Can you guys hear me in Tom's stream?
You guys hear him? Yeah? Okay.
That's a good
they
job.
got it. Yep.
So, like, okay, the whole point around my first conversation with Destiny a few years ago, it was Katie Porter on her like dumb whiteboard thing, where she and people love that. A lot of people do love that. Where she was talking to like a pharma CEO, and she was saying that their R&D spending went to stock buybacks when it should have gone to either more research, and if they are not going to do something productive with it other than enrich shareholders, then they should you know, they should just pay it in taxes essentially. And it was a lot of populist rhetoric. And what Destiny said to me was, I was saying, like, it's necessary to wave around the jingly car keys. Jingle your car keys, shiny objects. The American people need that in this day and age to be attracted to something. And he said essentially, well, if that's what it takes to get the American people on board with, you know, my political agenda, then this country deserves to burn in hell. And like,
but that wasn't what he was referring to.
Yeah, he was referring directly to that.
From what I remember, he was referring.
Then we should burn, basically.
From what I remember, he was referring to her lying and saying that she was misrepresenting what was going on with that healthcare company, and that in the stock buybacks, and then instead, like, because if we have to lie to everybody or misrepresent things to a certain extent in order to get votes, then the country's already fucked at that point.
Yeah, but by that logic, we've been effed for the entirety of humanity, of human civilization, you know? And what she was saying, his argument was from like a purely, like in econ, it's the company's amoral nature to say, I am going to use this extra money to do buybacks because they can legally do it. And he doesn't care that much about buybacks as like a political issue. He thinks it's stupid to focus on. So like, I get that sentiment, but I also was trying to say, like, you need to make things convincing. Even the civil rights era, if you look into a lot of the big stories of like civil rights protests, some of them were orchestrated for the dramatic effect, but they also represented like a truth of the time as well. Even if, you know, some things were like, quote unquote, manufactured for dramatic appeal.
Yeah, but I don't think I don't really agree though. Like the majority of history, or even like currently, that the majority of politicians are just running around lying.
It's not lying.
Or well, okay, misrepresenting things to an extent in order to get something passed.
What did
like
she misrepresent in that?
I don't remember exactly. I would have to go back, because you and I had a conversation about it as well. And I think you even said that, like, it's, I think you said it's more just hyperbolic, or it's more like hyperbole than it is a lie, or it's more like they're just kind of
well, she's making
like
them seem like an enemy. Like she's making them seem like a villain because they're doing their natural economic motivation is to, their incentive structure says use the extra funds. If we don't need to do R&D and all this other stuff, then use it for buybacks. And it's not the company's fault. They're not an evil villain. And she was making that company out to be a villain. And yeah, that's what Tallarico's doing. That's what John Ossoff is doing. Whenever Tallarico says, you know, top versus bottom, is that necessarily true in Texas? The fact that he's even close to Ken Paxton shows it's mostly a social battle. It's mostly social issues. And when John Ossoff says the Epstein class, just like Plattner said, John Ossoff is not Plattner in any way. He's a very normal, moderate, like establishment liberal politician. That leans into the same thing where he's making a story out of it, making people into be villains, even if it's not necessarily 100%, you know, deserved to be labeled as that for everybody that he's including there.
I feel like when you're looking at the makeup of the Democrat Party and the fact that DSA is becoming more popular now, I feel like it is more of an issue with content creators. And when we look at people who are really buying into the populist rhetoric and this, you know, Epstein class sort of bullshit, I feel like that is just a product of alternative media and the types of stuff that they're pushing out there. And I don't think it's good enough to just say that, like, oh, well, John Ossoff is pushing this rhetoric, which I do think that, like, I think initially I think right now, if he runs in 2028, hopefully, I believe he'll be able to do fairly well. But I do know that like the types that I'm upset about already pushing the populist rhetoric in the first place and the farther left rhetoric that are within independent media, these people are already kind of against the John Ossoffs and are already saying he's an enemy and that he's, you know, just masquerading as one of them to push establishment Democrat policies. And even, I think from what I understand, he's my senator, to be clear. I love Ossoff, but I believe he's even been the person who has voted with Democrats or across party lines more than anybody else in the Senate. And I don't know how long that could last for somebody like him. I feel like
but he still has broad appeal because
yeah,
of the way
but
he
that's what I'm
speaks. Same with
saying. But I'm
Tallarico.
saying I don't think that can last. Is my point. I don't think that can actually last
think it
long
can.
term.
I think
it's going to backfire.
A big topic of tomorrow with Destiny is going to be that the whole DSA issue is very overblown. Every poll for Democrats for president has Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, John Ossoff, Josh Shapiro, Pete Buttigieg, and then you have AOC at like 10% right now
among
in the current Democratic Party. There's nobody even like close to being yeah. We're talking about DSA winning in Democratic primaries. The issue with DSA ideology taking over the Democratic Party is being inflated and made to be a bigger issue because people like Destiny hyper focus on them. That's the only reason why they're even a story. Yeah,
it's not. The biggest voting bloc right now within the Democrat Party are independent, or sorry, within the America are independents, the like centrist independents. They are the plurality. It's like 32% Democrat or left, you know, Democrat voters, 32% Republican voters, and then it's like 45% independent centrist voters who don't like either party. And when you're in a federal election like president, you're fighting for those middle people. Everybody else is pretty staunchly going to
middle
vote for their
doesn't make
party.
any sense though. They're not in the middle. They are
no. The
really
plurality is in the
complicated.
middle. No. The plurality is so like
the
obviously
so-called
there's like
middle of
socialists.
voters is probably, but the middle of voters for 2016 was more receptive of a Bernie Sanders than a Hillary Clinton for very complicated reasons. Some having to do with gender, some having to do with like conspiracy around Clinton, some having to do with anti-establishment, some having to do with Russian propaganda. Like there's a lot of really weird. I know a lot of Trump voters who were huge Bernie fans, and they still call my show to
But
this
that's
day.
not
They
the case right now.
Voted Bernie over it. Even right now, a lot of the rhetoric that people don't like in this party, like the Troy Jackson types, that rhetoric does go with moderate voters, whether we like it or not. But the whole conversation is about the DSA taking over the Democratic Party and the polling for president and everything. You know, we still have the moderates winning 90% of the vote, and the only DSA adjacent, you know, AOC is not even endorsed by DSA anymore. She gets like 10% of the vote for 2028 candidates. And whenever DSA does win, it's because they're in a plus 50 district, and it's a shitty moderate that is lazy because they've been in that seat for 40 years, or they run Andrew Cuomo, you know, a shit candidate, or they run Janet Mills, a shit candidate in Maine. The only way DSA ever wins is if a moderate shit the bed, or centrist, or any regular Democrat shits the bed. They're not anywhere near having any type of influence in the Democratic Party other than being loud. And I just think we're giving them more power and more group identity by labeling them so often.
That's okay. So the like all polling shows that like things are trending in the exact opposite direction. So while I agree that the moderates were the ones who were winning in the majority of primaries across America for, you know, Congress and even gubernatorial races, currently in the most recent polling that just came out last week from CNN, 64% of Democrats prefer socialism over capitalism, and it's only like, you know, 36% prefer capitalism. Then we have you know, especially younger groups, any under 30s identifying as socialists at really high rates. People who have positive views of socialism within the Democrat Party is up over like 80% right now. The idea that like people who are coming in saying, hey, like we're socialists, and with somebody like Mamdani, AOC, like these people endorsing those people as being some of the most popular candidates. Kamala Harris is considered just as far left from Americans. American polling shows that America believes that Kamala Harris is just as far left as Mamdani.
It's all a media issue for sure.
Yes, but that like that's what we're talking about though, is the fact that like there is the centrist groups are against like the DSA sort of candidates. They do think that the Democrat Party is moving too far left. One of the major issues with Kamala Harris is that they thought that she was too far left.
Yeah, because of pronouns and trans issues. They do not know about economics. The median voter does not know shit about Medicare for all.
Socialism
no one cares.
As well, yes.
When people think socialism as Democrats, they think Bernie Sanders. What people think socialism is transgender athletes in the bathrooms of women's basketball games where the men
and then when people are actually identifying as fucking socialists,
the Fox News coverage has not changed. It is true. There are some people who are literally the, caricature of like crazy open borders leftist. But for every one person we have that's like that, Republicans have a dozen of literal domestic abusers, literal child abusers, child traffickers.
I agree.
Criminals who should be in jail. We should keep the heat turned up on them. We can talk about the DSA sometimes, but they're going to lose eventually. The only reason they won is again because they ran against like 30-year incumbents who are a bunch of lazy assholes who just think they should have died in their seat.
We already know that America doesn't give a fuck about any of that shit. Like,
yeah, but like America thought Democrats were too radical for the past 20 years versus Republicans, and even worse because Trump and MAGA lies to them, and because all the right-wing billionaires own all the media companies. It's a media issue, not a DSA issue, and I think we're giving too much credit to DSA that they don't deserve. But the DSA is not changing those numbers at all. The numbers have been the same before the rise of DSA. Nothing has really changed. Because of them.
That is what the conversation is about, though. So, like, the main part of this conversation has been about, like, who is in or out of the coalition, right? And, like, that conversation is about who's pushing these, like, DSA sort of candidates versus, like, being against the more moderate Democrat establishment sorts of candidates and being, like, not encouraging people to vote, not endorsing the candidates. Like, that has been the majority of this conversation when we're talking about the DSA, is not that the DSA in and of itself is the problem. It's the media atmosphere that is against the establishment and pushing more anti-establishment, more populist sorts of candidates. Those are the people that everybody has been focused on, not the DSA in and of themselves, but the people who are pushing DSA.
When I look at Democrats versus Republicans, I'm seeing that DSA is really hurting the Democrats' public image. I just disagree. I think that Democrats, our public image is bad because every single aspect of media everywhere is designed to be anti-Democrat. And Democrats also, a reason we're considered far left is because we stand up for all the minority groups. We need to make it work with black voters and brown voters. And we have to make it work with Asian voters. We have to make it work with Chinese, Indian. We have to make it work with every ethnic category, every pronoun, every, trans, LGBT, like all these different intersecting. And I love it. I love that Democrats represent all these issues in all these different communities, but it makes it harder for us to have one cohesive identity. And it makes us easy to attack and hard to defend from because every side, every, tribal part of the Democratic Party wants to go into their own corners. And that's the same thing I've been talking about with like Jasmine Crockett and not supporting Tallarico. It's hard for us to come together because of a lot of that stuff. And Republicans know their identity is the straight white guy, Christian, straight white Christian nationalist, and the entire and rich people. So the media can also buy into that same fallacy, and it's really easy for them to stay together. And they also have foreign influences on their side because they're destroying America. So I just think the issue is so big and so gargantuan that we focus on the DSA because they are very loud. They're within our proximity in our media bubbles, and they are easier for us to address. Like right now, we can yell at them. We see them all the time. We see Hassan all the time, which is another probably foreign agent for China or something. But it's hard to tackle the grand issue.
You're doing this binary of like either we should. But again, we're not giving credit to the DSA. We're giving credit to the content creators who are pushing the DSA. It's not that the DSA, the DSA currently has a higher approval rating than the Democrat Party. But the approval rating doesn't mean all that much by itself. until you include all of the other polling showing that people are starting to identify as socialist at higher rates. And we're talking about the fact that it is the independent media infrastructure on the left that are pushing these sorts of people. And then when you talk about all of the largest content creators on the left, they're all those people. It's the largest streamer on the left is Hassan. It's the largest fucking shows like the Majority
but that's my
Report
issue
and
with
TYT
Destiny.
and
That's
like
my
all
issue
these.
with Destiny as well, because we know Hassan lies about his progressivism and he's actually a communist. And that's a funny thing to say, but he's pro-Chinese government over American government. He's anti-democracy. He's anti-constitution. He's anti freedoms and liberties. But most of his fans don't see that. Most of the people that they talk to don't see that. So when people are convinced to identify as socialist, they're thinking just Bernie Sanders. And DSA is taking it much past what Bernie Sanders actually believes in. Bernie Sanders is like a capitalist liberal compared to these people. Like Bernie Sanders really is like a social democrat. He calls himself a democratic socialist,
I agree.
but he really functions as a you know.
And he has like more staunch positions on the border and like immigrants and things like that versus the DSA. But that doesn't. I believe
that's
he's
my big
like
issue though with Destiny. He makes it so repellent for it. Like, let's say, what percentage of Hassan's audience do you think is like, let's say, liberal versus is a progressive like Bernie Sanders versus is like an all-out tanky like communist?
Are we talking about what they would identify as, or what they're like?
Yeah. Like, what percent of his
are?
audience? Yeah, what percent of like his fans and audience that listens to him and finds him to be reputable is in each of these three categories, like percent-wise?
It's not funny to call Hassan a communist. It's
give me
true.
Give me the three
So
categories.
let's say like David Pakman liberal versus like Bernie Sanders progressive versus like overall like they believe that America is the great evil. Yeah, like an actual like Hassan Maskoff. Yeah, like the most extreme that people don't usually see.
With their like if we're talking about their actual beliefs, not like what they would identify as, I would say it's probably about So, okay, it depends on what form we're talking about. If we're talking about being anti-America, but not like the economic communist in like Maoism, you know, ML's sort of shit. If we're just talking about like them being anti-America, I would say like 70 to 80% of his audience. Like especially when it comes to like, geopolitics and crap like that, I would say, about 70 to 80%.
What about like pro-Chinese government like he is, like over America?
I don't know. I would imagine the majority, but I'm not sure.
In my experience, and I know it was a big story for college Dems, I'm somebody who was around college Dem types pretty recently. I'm only 26 now. I was in school with a lot of these people. I was not in college Dems, but in talking to them, from my experience, they view Hassan as just like someone who's pushing Democrats to be better and more aggressive. And he's like a Bernie Sanders fan, AOC fan. He lives in proximity to them. I just believe that many of them do not see the mask off nature of Hassan and what Destiny is encouraging in his community right now. I said that to them. And I know that you can't judge by every comment you get, but even the way he speaks about it, he is using like McCarthyist language. It is crazy as shit. Because like, imagine if you're like trying to how they come into our communities and they get people to be like socialist and communist.
Give me what is the statement
that
that you're fighting against with Destiny here? I'm a little lost on like what we're talking about when you say like what Destiny's doing, what he's saying.
Well, he identified that like Josiah, like Pondering Politics and Peace Go, he said that cancer, he compared DSA to a cancer, and it's when like the infectious cells or whatever, malignant cells infect the normal cells, and that like Peace Go and Josiah are like the normal cells that the socialists are like slowly infecting, and we have to cut out the cancer before the cancer grows too big, and we have no choice but to kill the entire, you know, organism if the cancer spreads too far, is pretty much what he said. And I think that's really
right, but it's so okay, hold on. You're saying that the DSA is not extreme enough to do that, or you're saying they're not powerful enough to do that?
Trying to diagnose Hassan fans with an
saying
ideology
that
is
right
pointless.
now,
They are literally a bunch
most
of losers
people
that
who
live at home
are
with their
a part of
parents
the
that know
DSA,
nothing about politics. The
are
definition
there because of
useful
Zohar
idiots.
Mamdani. Zohar Mamdani just put up a post on Instagram recently, which has 10 million likes on one platform alone, which is huge. If I go into the likes, I have like a ton of my friends from college, high school, every single walk of life life is a fan of Zoran now, and they think DSA means Zoran with Bernie characteristics. And I don't want those people to come into one of our, communities and say, "Hey guys, I'm a member of DSA. I wanted to see if you're interested in progressivism too. We should tax the wealthy, blah blah blah." And we say to them, "Oh, you tanky communist! I bet you came from Hassan. You want to infect the party like a cancer." I think that rhetoric turns, and a lot of people are apathetic to politics. Even if they're in politics, they don't know every minute detail that's going on. So when like the far lefties like Hassan come and they say, "We just want people to have health care," and then we say, "Oh, you're a cancer," no one's gonna know why. Like that context is gonna be lost, and it's repellent to any like normal person, any normie, anybody who's not politically involved. It makes our group harder to join, and it also gives them more identity and radicalizes people who are part of Hassan's group, because then they are the comfortable hand for them to fall back on when we call them like cancers or whatever. We just have to be we have to be smarter with our propaganda.
I'm sorry, I really don't know if that was anywhere close to an answer to my question. Are you saying that they're not powerful enough, or that they're not extreme enough to be considered a cancer?
I'm saying that we don't need to, we have to have light chemotherapy. We don't need to cut out the cancer completely and have an invasive surgery like he's proposing.
Okay.
They're not powerful enough, not big enough for us to turn all of our attention to.
Okay, so they're not powerful enough. Like they're like if they took over, they probably would be cancerous, but you just don't see them as a real threat. You don't see them actually being capable of doing this pragmatically.
I think us giving too much attention to them is growing their brand. I think we are growing their brand, making them seem more menacing than they actually are, and we are helping them build a brand identity and to recruit more people.
Okay.
And I want us to be recruiting people, but I don't think we can recruit people when people don't pay attention to politics enough to understand why we think the DSA might be bad. Or maybe their local DSA chapter is not bad, but their national chapter is bad. And this happened with the college Dems too, where it's like, you're not going to work with any college Dem chapters, even if they are full of liberals like yourself. Like if you want to gain power in any political party or any organization like college Dems or DSA, you would have to gain influence in different delegations all throughout the country to change national leadership. You can't just throw out the baby with the bathwater and take your ball and go home because the game is difficult or because they have control now. We can still influence the people who are joining these organizations. They're still very impressionable. But we need to still be about addition. And I think Pisco might give a little bit too much to them when he speaks. I think Josiah, strikes a pretty good balance. But the way Destiny talks is very radical. I think Hutch is okay with how he speaks about it, but that's a lot of meta conversations.
Yeah, I mean that is my question for Josiah as well, because I just had a conversation with him about this a little bit ago on Pisco's
someone in
Twitter.
chat just said, Jolo's going to get raked over the coals by Destiny. Why the fuck would you take the local chapters more serious than the national one? Because, retard, okay? Because each national chapter, all right? Every local chapter,
are more important.
These are random kids going on college campuses and saying, oh, I want to join the college Democrats. Random ass kids. And some of them are more radical. Some of them are not radical. People like Hassan and his community have taken time to integrate themselves into every part. This is part of organizing from the bottom to integrate into all these different chapters all throughout the country. You need to compete in the same exact way. And if you can spread your influence to every college Democrat throughout the country, you can root them out. But you're not going to root them out by being non-participatory. Like if you're not going to participate whatsoever, you're ceding the game to them. And that is what Destiny was arguing for. Like, why would I work with organization without national leadership? Because you want to change it. Imagine it, like if the DSA said that about, like, the reason why DSA is an issue right now is because they are doing that by door knocking. They are doing that by organizing on campuses. You don't understand how political power is built. And this is the community that claims to know about that. It's such a dumb point for you to say that.
I mean,
Jesus, like this is liberalism. This is how you organize. Like you cannot, there's no way to change the system from the top down in that kind of setup when you have delegations and different votes from different chapters.
There's a number of different aspects though that I feel like you're ignoring a lot of this. Like when people are influencers, they're obviously trying to influence people in different directions. And the fact that they're like, a lot of this has come with stigma. And they've been able to turn people against Democrats and like liberals, Democrat establishment sorts, by just heavily stigmatizing them as these like genocidal, pro-corporate, pro corruption, like, you know, the anti-free healthcare, they're lying to you, they, like, you know, pro-Zionist, all this shit. Like, they have been using this sort of rhetoric to talk about Democrats for a long time, and I don't think it's ridiculous to also do the things that you're talking about, where it's like you want to like educate people about this stuff. You want to make sure that like you're using a rhetoric that's going to appeal to these people and get them to like agree with you more than the other people, but also like heavily stigmatizing them and making a big deal about like the fact that people who associate with them are probably bad, and just kind of have this this negative association with the DSA. There has to be both parts.
Yeah, and it's really hard when you have these very like even for Democrats right now, I would say my local Democratic committee that I'm a part of, like I'm you know, I joined like as a committee person, like has such different priorities from the National Democratic Party. If you judged the entire, like every single local Democratic committee chapter by Ken Martin and Chuck Schumer, then we would have no funding, we would have no ground game, we'd have no ability to do anything. If I think about the local like 10 DSA chapters or local 10 Democratic Party chapters, they all have such different vast characteristics based on rural or urban or what kind of demographics actually join. Now, I'm not going to say that, you know, I bet a majority of DSA chapters are insufferable, but the idea that we would just like look at their national leadership, which is probably just a bunch of dipshits that have been there for a while and a bunch of radicals that we hopefully can change someday. If you're a liberal, I think you should join the DSA and infiltrate and be like, hey guys, like pressure them to vote for Democrats. I think you should be recruiting people from DSA like they do to back to Democrats. I just think we have to be realistic on, you know, this kind of stuff, and not just look at the national org as representing every single like city and every town's Democratic Party. It's just it's such a dumb way to look at it.
Well, one of the reason that I kept asking earlier, if you're talking about the way that they identify versus what it is that they actually believe in, is that from my experience right now, a lot of the people who are like advocating for DSA or who are in favor of people like Hassan and a lot of these policies, these people still call themselves liberals. They still say they're liberals.
So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, it kind of drives me a little crazy that there's not like any real distinction right now. They'll call themselves liberals, they call themselves progressives, those things are all the same, and that socialism is just when the government does stuff, and that like that's there's nothing wrong with socialism. Liberals are in favor of socialism. Like that's the kind of rhetoric that I'm hearing a lot from normies on the internet right now, and it especially on TikTok.
And I think it's like keeping issues, and I know people don't want to say like in the family or whatever, but I hate the idea, and I saw Destiny do this a few times, where he's on a show with like conservatives and he's like, oh yeah, those lefties are crazy. Republicans will never do that shit, bro. Like Republicans will never play defense, where it's like they're gonna, you know, talk about the one person they don't like, and now they're finally doing it. They're infighting, but they look weak when they do it.
I was about to say, they've been doing that like crazy,
recently,
like Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes. Like,
well, that's more of a foreign policy issue. I think they're paid off. I think they're all foreign agents working for Qatar and Russia, trying to be chaos agents. But regardless, like it makes them look weak when they do that. Yeah, Candace Owens, yeah, paid by Russia. Yeah, Candace Owens paid by Russia. I don't know if Nick Fuentes is, but Tucker definitely paid by Russia. Tim Pool still is running the freaking USAID lines about rappers being paid by USAID. Yeah, they're all paid by foreign agents. I don't think that's actual genuine disagreement.
Okay.
Wait, libs have already lost. They're complete cucks. It's delusional to think libs will be welcome in their spaces. I just don't think people, like, when you go to your local Democratic committee meeting, and I don't know if people like in the chat really have done this, or your local even like college Dems or DSA or even like Democratic Socialists in college, like, or any of these organizing groups we're talking about, most of the people there probably pay attention to politics at a rate of like 1%, maybe even like a decimal percentage of like what every person here pays attention to politics. So all this stuff you're saying about like, oh, they wouldn't accept us, blah, blah, blah. You should still try to make that contact and be completely reasonable. And when things come to a flashpoint, when it comes to like electing Democrats around the election versus MAGA, and all these dipshit idiots are like, oh, we don't want to vote for them because America's the ultimate evil or whatever. That's when you dissect them and infiltrate, and you get people who are in the DSA but actually want to be participating in electoral politics. Because there is a big part of DSA that'll be in the Bernie Sanders, idea. That like AOC was the biggest defender of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. AOC was the huge defender of them, and she's probably going to continue to be a defender of them. And she defended like America on the world stage, supporting possibly Taiwan and Ukraine. So like AOC is giving a good indication that she's going to rein some of those people in as well. But if we just like call all of them crazy communists, there's no way to get those normal people who want to make America better, who don't just hate America. If we just call them all communists and write them all off, then yeah, there's no way we're ever going to de-radicalize or get them to be in our mission. Because again, many of them see a Zoran video. Zoran has, he's one of the most popular young politicians in America among young people. Young people love Zoran a lot. And I'm not going to call them all communist or cancer in the party, because they're not. They don't know what they're getting into when it comes to Hassan. And I want to try to show them. But the extremely inflammatory, exclusionary rhetoric is not helping any of us.
I just disagree. Like, I think that different people have to play different parts, and they're going to do different things. And I think that one of the things that Destiny tries to do is he tries to influence the online ecosphere and influence that space, influence the content creators in one direction or the other.
I don't agree. I really don't agree. I don't think he gives a shit about that.
What do you mean?
Like, they were talking about the college Democrats the other day, and so the guy was saying to him something like I'm saying, essentially like, don't judge every chapter based off the national Democrat or college Democrats, because like anybody who's been on a college campus knows it's very isolated from the rest of the national organization. It's probably local stuff, probably people just meeting each other. They want to be involved in politics. They're not political junkies. And Destiny's like, oh, you don't want to throw away the entire organization? What if they were the college rape Democrats, the college rape Democrats? If Destiny gave a flying shit about a flying F about influencing the online conversation, he wouldn't need to say, oh, what if they're the college rape Democrats? It's just like, it's so bullshit. If you can't
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, because if they're the college rape Democrats, you would throw out the entire organization because they have a bad goal in mind, and they would have to change. If like that's what Destiny uses the example, college rape Democrats. Like, it's just like we have to use a rape analogy no matter what. If he really gave a shit about it, he'd care about being more effective. It's just stupid.
I don't understand why is that a bad analogy?
Because normal human beings. First off, it's a correct point to say that different chapters are going to have very different characteristics. If you look at Kansas State University,
just to be clear, hold on, wait,
versus Columbia University.
I keep seeing people in my chat say this as well. It is true that the national Democrat, like the national DSA, doesn't matter as much as the local chapters. The local chapters are way more important. They do a lot more. Every time you hear like the DSA, is endorsing this person or that person, the national DSA, the national DSA is rarely the one who's endorsing them. It's very fucking rare. It is normally a local chapter that's doing it, not the national one, because the national one is the one that's like.
Well, this conversation was about the college Democrats, and Destiny saying he would never work with the college Democrats anywhere because the national leaders are bad. And like the college Democrats from Columbia University are going to be a world's difference versus the college Democrats from University of Pittsburgh or from Kansas State. That's going to be a huge difference in the Democratic parties from here. And maybe the crazy, activist types are able to sneak into positions for the national college Democrats. That doesn't mean you shouldn't work with the college Democrats anywhere, or that they're equivalent to the rape Democrats, where you can't show up at any events for any of the small chapters. Like, no, it's still a group where someone comes on a college campus, they say, oh, look, the college Democrats, I'm going to join them. And we should be allies. We should be helping people who are normie liberals, who go into these spaces and they're like, holy shit, why are these people praising China and saying they hate America? We should be providing an off-ramp to them. And I think like Digital Ground Game is trying to do something like that. But I don't know. When I heard that conversation, I'm like, wait, you don't think that different chapters like in colleges are going to be
Digital Ground Game Destiny's organization?
Well, that's Z's. Wasn't that Z's organization before Destiny?
No, they're separate things. I kept mixing them up as well.
Are they separate things now? Okay. Well,
yeah,
whatever.
she has She has something else similar, but he's not associated with Z anymore.
Okay, she left. Okay, regardless.
She didn't leave.
Oh, she had another one that was similar. Okay, I see.
Yeah, hers has the shoe as the logo.
I see the UFA, yeah.
Yeah, well, no, just not. It's not Unfuck America. It's Soul Ground Game or something like that. It has a shoe as the logo. I know Z fairly well and was like somewhat
National Ground
with her,
Game. Okay, National Ground Game versus Digital.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then she has another one that's Soul something. But yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, I just don't know if you have a group like that and you're trying to be. Do you see what I mean though? Where it's like, just like imagine you're a random person getting involved in politics and you see these groups and you're like, oh, they're college Democrats, and you slowly get walked into like the DSA, for example. It probably makes it less likely you're gonna leave. Like I used to be in that kind of group when I was like 18 or 19, and if I was being called a cancer that had to be cut out of the party, I would not be the like pragmatic liberal I am today. And that's my big fear, is that Destiny's community is like, he's making it so impossible to grow what he's trying to do with that rhetoric.
But don't you think that the main thing is so when you say that most people are not like really entrenched in the politics and these sorts of things, don't you think the goal should be to stigmatize it then, so that they're not capable of growing? And even the people who don't have their entire identity attached to this sort of organization or these sorts of labels, whether socialists or communists or whatever, that those people are going to be more affected by the stigmas than they will be by just like some sort of education on it or whatever it is that you're advocating for. I'm not even sure what it is.
It depends how you do it, because if you're advocating for issues like supporting Democrats, being pro-America, being pro-liberal democracy and debate, that can be effective. But when you use words like cancer and you make a group be labeled as I don't know, tankies or whatever word you want to use, that actually, there's a lot of psychological and political science study that would say that rhetoric actually grows group identity, makes them less likely to leave their group, more likely to become deeper.
But we're talking, but we're talking about people who don't have this identity. Where you're making it sound like these are people who don't like really identify with these groups. They just like what they hear and just start associate with them.
You better brush up on your facts if you're going to talk to D. Just because you disagree with me doesn't mean what I'm saying is not factual. For Paradox, my little chat debate partner. But yeah, like, it's hard because there's only X amount of the population that's going to be involved, deeply involved in politics, to the extent where they want to organize, want to be involved in it, and want to talk about it all of the time. And I'm just saying, from my own perspective, when I was in a position where I was listening to Kyle Kulinski and Jimmy Dore, and I was listening to like all these different people, and I was like a Bernie or Buster in like 2019, 2020, but I broke out of it by listening to reasonable arguments that appealed to Joe Biden winning over Trump and, reducing damage for Americans and making sure we don't have authoritarianism take over the country. Any argument about like, it's a cancer that must be cut out, it's just very demeaning towards people, and it makes it less likely that we're going to have people change their minds, and we don't have an endless supply of young people who want to be involved in politics. And I don't want them to be radicalized by Hassan, who can be like, I just want healthcare for everybody, because they can come out and just be mask on with it, and we're mask off 24/7 because we're like honest and telling the truth or whatever. But we have to be a little bit welcoming for people to change. Like, people don't have a fully thought out communist ideology at the age of 20 when they join the DSA. They just like Zoran Mamdani, and I don't want to make them more fall deeper into that trap.
I don't know. I think that like I do believe in people playing different roles, and this is like something that I'm constantly talking about. And I do think that like Destiny's going a little bit too hard when he's going after anybody who's like slightly more amenable to those sorts of people and what they believe, because I think that those are the people, like somebody like Pisco or Josiah. I don't know that they're going to be people who are brought into the party versus people who are more likely gonna like de-radicalize these people more or pull them back more, because he doesn't seem to agree with like a lot of the actual prescriptions that somebody like Pisco doesn't agree with a lot of the prescriptions that make the DSA more extreme compared to actual Democrats. So I don't, but I do think that somebody actually being loud and vocal about how bad they think the DSA is and how much they don't want them to be like more common representatives. I think that has to start early. I think that's like a lot of people are comparing this to the Tea Party for the Republicans and how that led to Trump, and that if they had not just ignored them and kept thinking that they were never going to do anything and had tried to nip them in the bud much earlier, that they probably could have stopped the populist movement within their party growing so quickly.
I don't know. I mean, Republicans have Christian cultism. They already had a cult mentality. I think it was pretty easy to grow out of their idolatry.
But they had been
nature of
neocons
worship.
for a while. Like, they had been kind of anti any sort of alternative movements for a long time. It was the Tea Party that drastically changed that.
I don't know. I think like I don't know. On the left, like we've had movements like this, and like an Obama was able to capture. Like, even right now, like James Tallarico and Ossoff, they get credit from like Kyle Kalinske, like a lot of credit for just saying top versus bottom over and over again. It's a lot of populist slop, but people do think like that. That's how Trump gets away with, like, you know, getting wins and whatever else. And I think Zoran, like, there's a whole discussion about he's not getting as much stuff done as people think. Like, I saw Hutch posting about it, like, oh, you know, he actually had to move money from this pension fund, and he had to, like, you know, the governor did this policy and let him take credit and blah blah blah. But it's a good political lesson in how you take credit for things, and Joe Biden did the opposite. So I think we can fight off what's happening here, and the Hassans of the world, if like it is a moderate candidate for president, we know that AOC is going to endorse them. We know she's going to. We know Bernie's going to endorse them because they already have done this over and over again. We know Elizabeth Warren and all these people are going to endorse them. We know Zoran Mamdani is now on record multiple times saying any Democrat is a Democrat.
Power. But AOC also just got 4 fucking people elected to the New York legislature.
She did not endorse
DSA.
them. She didn't endorse them. AOC did not endorse any of them.
Yes, she
AOC did not endorse. Do you think she endorsed Daria Liza?
Hold on. I said to the New York State Legislature. I did not say to Congress.
I thought you meant Daria Liza.
No. Hold on. Hold on. So the whole thing was about how they were able to break up Mamdani and AOC were able to break up their endorsements to not upset the establishment. Mamdani is, you know, he's in the state. He doesn't want to upset the governor. He doesn't want to upset the assembly. He doesn't want to upset the chambers. He doesn't want to upset them. So he nominated people who were outside of his thing in federal elections, and he endorsed those people for those positions in Congress, right? Whereas AOC, she's in Congress. She can't upset the establishment in Congress, so she went and endorsed the people for the state assembly. They are working on doing the things that they want to do anyways, just in ways so that they don't upset the people within their groups. They are doing literally the same exact thing either way. They're just doing it a smarter way.
AOC did not endorse Graham Plattner. AOC, again, was the strongest defender of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. She has a track record of supporting Democrats over Republicans. And when Zoran and AOC and Bernie say, hey, if you're a Democrat, you're a Democrat. If you win the primary, we're going to support you versus MAGA. And if there's a moderate in 2028, and Zoran and Bernie and AOC all endorse that moderate.
This is not a good argument.
Then when they all endorse that moderate, that's what you use as a flashpoint. If Hassan doesn't, it's not going to be a huge revelation at any point, but you can slowly peel people off. That's how I was peeled off from them, because I saw, what the hell, Jimmy Dore doesn't want to vote Biden over Trump. Wow, that's not good for anybody. That's really weird. Why is Jimmy Dore saying that? Then I realized how bad Jimmy Dore was. The same thing can happen for a lot of Hassan fans when all of, you know, the Bernies and AOCs and Zorans vote for the moderate and they endorse the moderate candidate in 2028 from the Democrats. Even if Kamala wins, we know that Zoran's going to endorse her. Then we can do the same thing with Hassan and them and peel some people off. It's going to be happening over and over again. But those are the flashpoints where we pull people away. When things become real with elections and the commentators can't run from reality anymore. Everything else is just a bitch fest, to be honest.
This is not true. So they are endorsing people because, like, right now, when I talked to Josiah the other day, the thing that he kept repeating over and over is Well, the DSA candidates, people like AOC and Mamdani, they moderated. They moderated, Tom. So what? Why are you guys afraid of a DAC DA? What?
I'd say Daria Lisa.
No. Fuck. I keep almost saying DNC every time I want to say Democratic Socialists of America.
The really bad one.
So DSA.
Oh, never mind.
He's saying like with DSA candidates, they're gonna come in and they're gonna moderate as well. And I keep saying yes, that's the whole fucking point. Literally the goal of DSA, the reason it exists, the whole game plan for DSA is to have a more moderate version of socialism, to actually be able to get into politics, to be able to compete with actual Democrats, and then over time to be able to keep endorsing DSA candidates, to keep filling up the seats, to keep moving the needle more and more. You're saying, hey, while the establishment is the establishment, they're willing to endorse the establishment. Yeah, no duh. While continuing to try to fill other seats with more DSA candidates so that eventually they don't have to endorse the establishment people because they're not worried about upsetting them anymore. Or, establishment, the DSA would be the establishment at that point. But like, corporate Democrats, liberal, whatever you want to call it. But like, that's the whole point of their existence.
Why am I worried about some random plus 50 districts in New York City when they have no competition anywhere else in the entire country? I just don't get why this is a focus.
They have 26 seats.
What?
New York has 26 seats. Obviously, they've only
New York,
filled
sure,
5 of
and
them.
like Mississippi has like their entire state KKK members. I really don't. That's not my big concern right now. I care about the national political environment and the executive branch of the federal government and writing that in. And if that takes
I'm talking
having
about
Abdullah
Congress.
Syed, I know, but I'm talking about like we need things to happen very soon to reform the system. And if we need some DSA dipshits to come in and yell at Democrats to have more populist language to fend them off, in a competitive way, I think they're not going to take the party. They're incompatible with America. They would not even be winning if we had reasonable moderates running against them who weren't just like dumbasses who don't even want to run, who weren't who were in politics their entire lives. I just don't think like the idea of the online environment might be a little bit different, but in real politics, like I'm not worried whatsoever about the DSA taking over. Like I know what their goals are, but again, the DSA, their membership, the foundation of their membership is very flimsy. It's barely even real. The DSA they haven't endorsed AOC for a year. She doesn't even talk to them. She shit talks
the national
left
DSA.
and how
Again, the
she
national
shit talks
DSA. Yes.
yeah, exactly. Okay, so the national DSA. I thought that's the one that like people cared about.
Yes, to an extent, but
they don't endorse AOC.
Point, yes, I don't think that most people understand that distinction. When you have a bunch of people who are coming in who are DSA, and again, like the thing that I keep bringing up is the video that I saw on all over TikTok of a bunch of people watching Mike Johnson read off the national DSA agenda, and he's reading the whole thing of like abolishing the Senate, abolishing borders, all this shit, right? And making all corporations, nationalizing all corporations, like all of these people all over the fucking like TikTok and everything, calling themselves liberals, were saying, wow, Mike Johnson's doing ad reads for the DSA. This is an ad read for them. Everybody hears this and they love them. Everybody hears this shit and they're super happy that the DSA is finally coming into the Democrat Party and starting to take over. These are people who call themselves fucking liberals saying that he's doing an ad read for the DSA because they think that abolishing the Senate and abolishing the the electoral college and abolishing borders, this all sounds fucking great. This is all liberals would want this shit. Like that's what I'm seeing on the internet. That's what I'm seeing as like people who call themselves liberals, what it is that they want, what it is that they're in favor of. And that's what I'm thinking of as you're sitting here talking about like there's no reason to think that they would ever take over. They have higher approval ratings than the Democrats. And while we're talking about the national DSA being the ones who are the crazy scary people when it comes to elections, they're not as important. I agree. But when it comes to normalizing the national DSA and their agenda, that's already happening. It's happening right now.
My big concern with Democrats is that like Zohran Mamdani would not even be possible if the Democratic establishment, or whatever you want to call it, could support like a Brad Lander instead of a sex pest and Andrew Cuomo. Like, the Plattners of the world would not be possible if the Democrats did not support a 90-year-old like freshman senator candidate in Janet Mills. In Wisconsin right now,
we can walk and chew gum at the same time.
No, but like, this is the issue though. Francesca Hong is like, she interviewed with freaking Central Committee, like Mike from PA. That shit is pathetic. Like, that's sad. And she is leading for Wisconsin governor because the establishment there could not get around one candidate, and now they forced out Mandela Barnes, and they're going with this Crowley guy who no one really likes around the state. So she's probably going to be the candidate. So I feel like the DSA is almost necessary to kick us in the ass and make sure we're effective all throughout the country. We need to fix this stuff. We can't have 50-year incumbents who don't want to campaign anymore, who don't want to understand modern media environments, who don't want to work, being comfortable. I think the DSA, okay, I'm fine with them competing in these areas for that reason. We got to get better, even in safe blue seats. Like, they should not be winning anywhere. They should not have a chance to win. The Democrats have let go of the game.
Yeah, but even if I give you that, it still doesn't change the fact that I still think that it's necessary to advocate against these sorts of people while they are, gaining popularity.
See, this is an issue where it's going to be one of those dumb conversations where I talk to Destiny, and like, it's going to be like, hey, I understand your goal, but don't call everybody a cancerous tumor that we have to cut out, and don't use rape analogies to talk to everybody. That's going to be the entire conversation. I'm going to say that he barely pays attention to national politics. He barely even knows anything about these races he's commenting on. Like, if you talk to him about like the Wisconsin race, he barely even knows the candidates' names.
Sure.
Meanwhile, I'm studying them all the time. Like, I've heard him talk about like, I heard about this like Jackson guy, Plattner. I don't know much about them, but I guess he's okay if he's a Democrat. Like, Destiny does not pay attention to the organizing on the ground that's happening within the changes in this race. Like, oh, Zoran won. I just checked him out yesterday. Destiny will say it's just like he's paying attention to politics only through the view of Hassan Piker and Hassan's reactions, and he only knows about candidates if they campaign with Hassan, which is not a healthy way to view it. So that's going to be the whole conversation we talk to.
Again, the most popular streamer. I don't like it when people do this thing where, like, obviously Hassan is not swaying national elections by himself, but even like you engaging with Destiny, right? And you going and arguing with Destiny, or you tweeting out like how dumb Destiny is and what it is he's saying, like, that's similar. And then Pisco and all of these people doing, day after day fucking streams and Twitter spaces about what it is that Destiny's saying about the DSA and fighting against the DSA. Like, all of these people are all talking about this because that's the ecosystem that they exist in, just the same as Destiny is part of a space where Hassan is the biggest political streamer in the fucking world. And so it's like, we're all reacting to the things that are within our space and in an area that we actually have the ability to influence.
Yeah, it's just like, it's what do you think of the clip of Destiny where he's like, if AOC might do a communist revolution, then we should choose, I don't know, it might be 55-45 JD Vance. And like, JD Vance, Destiny said that JD Vance has better economic policies possibly than AOC. Did you see that clip?
I was watching it as it happened. I was literally on the stream, like right.
Okay, what did you think? So you have context. You have context for me.
Okay, so the point that was talking about is part of what I'm talking about, where he was even like, initially he was saying that he would vote for AOC because he thinks that she's a very different sort of person versus like the other DSA candidates that we're talking about. But he's wrong, because his distinction between AOC and Mamdani was that Mamdani actually is advocating in endorsing other DSA candidates, helping them get into elected positions, and that as he's doing this, they are like, this is helping normalize the DSA, helping the DSA gain prominence, helping them get donations, helping them be like more popular and more common within the Democrat Party. He doesn't know that AOC got more DSA candidates elected to the New York Assembly. But the point that he was making is that if it comes time to where she would win presidency, the thing that I think would happen at that point, like, again, it's the whole fucking point of the DSA existing. Her being part of the DSA means she's likely on board with the whole fucking point that it exists, is you would run for president, win, and then run as an incumbent as part of a DSA party instead of as a Democrat. Like, that is the process in which you change parties and change powers. That's the whole fucking game. And so at that point, yeah, I think even I might be against AOC and more in favor of somebody like JD Vance if I'm thinking, oh, so this is like the point where they want to get rid of the Democrat Party, they want to see its demise. That's the thing that happens to see its demise. That is it.
I feel like that's just, it seems like very conspiratorial thinking when we know that JD Vance is a part of a
It's their
conspiracy.
platform. It's their fucking platform. It's not a conspiracy. What do you mean?
The idea that AOC has been doing a fake moderation scheme for the past like 5 years to purposely make America more socialist, and she's like re-upping her foreign policy credentials
It's
to be
the
like very
point
pro-America,
of the DSA.
to be pro like.
It's the whole
But she's
point.
not a part of the DSA though. Bernie's not a part of the DSA. They support some candidates, but they're
No,
not part of
AOC
the
is.
DSA.
No. Bernie isn't. She is. She ran
AOC
as a
has not
DSA
been involved
candidate.
with them
She is
for a very long
bro,
time.
No. The
They condemn her
national DSA.
constantly.
The national DSA.
They condemn AOC constantly.
The
And
national
some-
DSA.
Every progressive condemns AOC constantly, all right? Crystal
Okay,
Ball
here we
does,
get it.
Kyle Kalinske does, all right? And Hassan's like, you know, sometimes she upsets me, which is the most he'll do because he needs his clout. But, like, they still condemn her all the time for her stance on American foreign policy, for her moderation and supporting Kamala by saying Kamala is tirelessly working for a ceasefire. Like, I just don't think that... I don't know. Do you think Joe Biden is just stupid for working with Bernie and AOC so much and being close with them? I feel like Bernie and AOC actually want to make change that's good for people. I don't think they would crash America just to benefit the DSA. Because if that was the truth, then I think Bernie would not have done 40 events for Hillary Clinton in 2016.
So again, the national DSA is the DSA that has not been endorsing AOC for the last couple of elections, though she is still part of the national DSA and is part of the NYC DSA chapter. So this is like, when we're talking about the DSA, the whole point of its existence, the whole fucking game plan, the things that they literally are putting out there publicly as their goals, you're calling these things conspiratorial, that this is wild, like who would think that this is just oh, she's just faking being moderate. That's the whole fucking point, yes. And we know that from the way that she came in and the way that she was initially like going at everybody, that she was a lot more radical, but it doesn't seem like any of her beliefs changed, any of her ideology changed. She just got better at how to play the fucking game. There's no way that you think that she actually changed, that she's not the Green New Deal AOC anymore.
I mean, yeah, she stopped taking those positions. She moderated on a bunch of positions when it comes to like even supporting more economic policies.
Stop talking about those positions.
There's a lot of changes in AOC's rhetoric and the way she handles herself and the way she selects interviews.
I feel like every time I say something, you just start.
Because for me to believe what you're saying, I would have to disregard Bernie Sanders' entire career. If that is Bernie Sanders' goal, why would he drop out of primaries and not just take it to the bitter end to help Democrats lose?
He's not part of the DSA.
Do you think that Bernie Sanders supports AOC, but AOC has completely different goals from Bernie Sanders, and AOC supported Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, but she has completely different goals from them as well, I guess?
I think that Bernie
Sanders...
Yes, I think that Bernie Sanders would rather a DSA-like party versus a Democrat party. He runs as an independent, obviously, so he doesn't unless he's running for president, but he doesn't like the Democrat Party as it's currently structured either, and doesn't really identify as a Democrat. He coalitions with not coalitions, he votes with them. But yes, I do think that he would rather have a DSA-like party overall than the Democrat Party, though he obviously has a lot of disagreements with caucus. He caucuses with the Democrats, but obviously he has a lot of disagreements with the DSA. I'm not denying that at all. He's much better on immigration and like prison and shit like that.
Okay. I don't know. I know even like Kamala Harris, like wasn't her dad like a Marxist professor, and she was basically a Marxist, and like Obama was very radical in college, and
she was never a
Marxist throughout his 20s, but they were very radical in their upbringing, and before they got into politics, they were kind of radical. Then the realism of being in political elected office smacked them in the face, and like Zoran Mamdani, even like, why do you think he kept like Jessica Tish as leader of the NYPD?
Because again, I agree that they are moderating as part of like a as I said, I've said numerous times, like I agree they are moderating, that this is like the only way that they can actually get things done is by moderating, and that they're trying not to offend different groups. So he's still like playing nice with the governor. He's still trying not to offend the governor by endorsing the wrong people. Like I've already said all these things. So I agree he is doing this shit. But again, these are in furtherance of more long-term goals, and I don't know how you deny that when it's like, why would they be in the party if they totally disagree with the long-term goals? Why would they not run as just a fucking Democrat then? Why would they run DSA?
Because I think AOC joined the DSA. I think she's further to the left than Democrats. She knows the DSA is too radical. That's why she doesn't do much with them for American politics. She wants to be a bridging connection between the establishment and the DSA, and she wants to use the DSA and populist energy as leverage to say to the establishment or the center of the party, like, hey, I can be the uniter. I can unite the energy and also maintain the system sort of as is. That seems to be the way that AOC is positioning. And in America, I'm much more afraid. Someone said I don't think fascists and communists are the same threat. They're not the same threat whatsoever in America. America, the foundation of America is rooted in white Christian nationalism. Like that is, if America is ever gonna, and this has been theorized forever. If you read the book like It Can't Happen Here by like what's his name, Sinclair Lewis or some shit. Like every book about American fascism is about the American flag being draped around with Christianity and the cult-like mentality of nationalism and Christianity rising up, and even evangelism, and like evangelicals rising up and finding their deity and their great populist leader. And America in general is always going to be more right-leaning. That's why the default setting for American leaders is Republican, unless if shit gets messed up and then they got to elect a Democrat to fix it. But the default is going to be white man, Christian white man, whatever, leading in charge. That is a much bigger threat to any of us than left-wing communism. Like even the Democratic Party would shut that down very quickly. And the progression of, we have JD Vance as vice president.
AOC
and
is not using
Elon
the
Musk
DSA.
ripping through our
The
entire
DSA
government.
is using
Elon
AOC.
Musk, who literally is a Nazi, posting white supremacist shit all freaking day, ripping through. We have Jack Poso bitch, who wrote a book called Inhumans or Unhuman about liberals, which is basically Mein Kampf about like liberals not being humans and us being disgusting, depraved creatures that need to be tortured and put in a prison. These people are in control of our government, and all of our data has been wiped by Musk and probably sent to a server in freaking China and Russia. We have full integration, and someone sent me a super chat. Thank you. I think it's Australian. I think it's Australia. I'm stupid. But like, we are still not fully collapsed as a system. And we are getting close to being there. But fascism is 99% or 90% ingrained in our system already. And the idea that JD Vance in any like timeline would ever be like more of a threat than AOC is freaking stupid. Unless if you're like imagining a completely different world that does not exist. It's just a dumb hypothetical. It's just,
again, nobody thinks that. I don't think anybody thinks that JD Vance would be a better candidate, or that he would be like his term would be better for America. It's again, we're talking about the long-term goals. Like Donald Trump right now, his presidency, we all know, and this has been talked about since he first got in 2016, is that this is not a Donald Trump issue. Like Donald Trump is an issue, but he is not just a Donald Trump issue. He is a reshaping of the Republican Party and American politics in a way that we're not going to be able to course correct for a very long time. Like the likelihood of what comes out of the Trump presidency is Christian nationalism, and everybody is just bracing for that to be next. We're talking about the long-term outcomes from what it is that we're dealing with right now. And again, if the Republicans could, they would have done everything they could to nip every other populist movement that led to Donald Trump in the butt before it got to this.
yeah, just like, I mean, I would agree if America was going to become a communist. Like, it's just made up, though. It's just like not real about.
I know. I'm not saying it's going to become a communist. But again,
hypothetical is not real. It's not a real hypothetical. I don't even know why he said that. It's just stupid.
Yeah, I don't know.
In a completely different world where America has a different history and America is leaning towards Stalinism. Oh no, are we going to elect AOC to lead us into Stalinism? It's like, that's not happening. That's like that's a video game. That's like we're playing Homefront or some shit and America's being invaded. It's like, what the and it's like, okay, AOC tries her Green New Deal. We have too many solar panels versus we have ICE agents who are fully masked, knocking down our doors and raping our kids. It's like,
okay, first off, one of the things that like is an issue with the DSA is that initially, and I've talked about this a bunch of times, that like initially they had rules against more radical, extreme communists being part of their movement, that any sort of like sign of authoritarianism was immediately rooted out. They had rules against you being a communist in the DSA. They literally kicked you out if they thought that you were one of those people, because that, again, the point of the fucking movement was to not have that sort of politics in their movement. They literally voted to get rid of those rules about 5-6 years ago, and since then the campists, the Marxist-Leninists, the anarcho-communists, like a lot of these people have been seeping in and creating more and more waves within the DSA and creating more problems. And so the DSA currently is trending in that direction. They are not that right now. They are not like, communists. They're not Stalinists or any of that shit right now overall. But portions, when we're talking about the national DSA, that is very different from what the majority of the people are talking about when they say that they're part of the DSA. They're part of the national DSA, but they have way more activity within their local chapters, and their local chapters are what normally dictate their endorsements, their platforms, their ideology. Like, the local chapters are a lot more important than the national DSA. The problem is the national DSA is the thing that is gaining prominence right now. It is the thing that is gaining donations. It is the thing that is gaining normalization right now. It's the national DSA that's getting that, not the local chapters.
I think we're helping them get that, though. I think we're boosting their numbers, to be honest.
Bro, come on. Like, when you say we, like, they're all over Fox News on a fucking daily basis. We're not doing shit.
The coverage on Fox News of Democrats has not changed at all as a result of DSA. Now they have people who are actually that way, but their viewers already believe that. I really don't care about that. Now with moderate voters, they get scared off by pronouns and land acknowledgments and transgender athletes and affordability. So like those issues are what we focus on for swing voters. The Fox News people, their brains are mush anyway. So I don't care about that. I care about making sure. I care that we make sure.
I don't know why you're saying that. That's not.
Has Destiny done long? Has Destiny done any? Has he done any rants on Max Miller beating the freak out of his wife and beating his daughter, who is the granddaughter and daughter of Moreno, who's a Republican senator? We have Max Miller, a Republican congressman, beating the shit out of a Republican senator. Have we talked about that at all? Or are we just going to cower in fear like, oh no, the DSA makes us look bad, when the Republicans are just beating and raping kids out the wazoo and they're serving up, they're making rules for us? Like, we should be focusing on that with most of our time. I just don't think the DSA could ever, like, we have to respond with offense. I'm sick of playing defense over a 50-year incumbent losing to Daria Eliza, who's just going to be an annoying member of Congress for 2 years before someone beats her.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about wanting to get into positions where we're actually playing offense instead of defense.
Destiny doesn't even know what the primaries are right now. He's focusing on Hassan and whatever in his mentions. Okay, so does anyone who watches Destiny, if you watch Destiny a lot in chat, can you please let me know if he's been talking about Max Miller at all? Have you heard him talk about Max Miller? I was going to say, I don't watch Destiny, so anyone in chat who does watch him, has you talked about Max Miller? You don't think he brought up Max Miller? Let's see, that's one only though. Someone might have maybe I'll ask him tomorrow if he's talked about him yet. That's like, when it comes to, and Destiny always talked about like media unification and us like all messaging on the same thing. It's like, why is he not joining me and Adam Mockler and Brian Tyler Cohen talking about him? I'm trying to find on Destiny's channel if he's talked about Max Miller yet. Let me see. Destiny.
I just, again, I think this is ridiculous framing.
It's all about what is our main priority in the moment. If you think like, so like Hutch, for example, Hutch dedicated his entire channel to just going after the left.
Trump.
So like if that's what you're saying, no, Hutch's entire channel. He even said it
Hutch.
himself.
Sorry. I was thinking of Josiah.
Hutch, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hutch goes after just the far left. Josiah goes after just Trump. So if Destiny wants to do what Hutch is doing, that's fine. But
I feel like everything that I say, like you just kind of like move to like, well, this is my real issue instead of like, if your issue is something that's totally separate from what it is that everybody else is talking about, it's just not going to land in any meaningful way. If you're just like, well, my issue is on a totally separate topic. I'm not saying you guys are wrong about any of this shit. And I'm not saying that you're doing the wrong thing according to what you want and according to what your goals are. I'm just giving this more like overview, zoomed out version of things that doesn't really affect what your goals are. I don't know what the point of the conversation is.
If Destiny's goal is he sees Hassan growing in influence and he wants more influence for liberals and less influence for people like Hassan, then what he's doing, talking about the entirety of college Democrats being poison and the entirety of every single DSA member being a cancer, then that is going to hurt the goal of recruiting people away from the radical side to being liberals and being pragmatic Democrats. That's the entire point of what I'm saying, is that people like Destiny make us look like antisocial idiots in this conversation. I don't know how that's not related to this whatsoever. And if you just think that's not a problem, then your goal is not really beating Hassan, it's being mad at Hassan. Like you could be mad at Hassan and yell at him and whatever, then, but do you want to use effective propaganda?
No. Again, Hassan, do you think Hassan is like drastically affecting national politics in any real meaningful way?
Drastically. Moderate Democrats want him to affect, like they want to use him as a boogeyman. It's not really working very well, I don't think. But I mean, he's been in the news a decent amount, but not like dramatically.
Well, I just mean even for the things that he wants. Like, I don't think that in national news, in national politics, Destiny or Hassan or any of these people are actually like big players in the overall game.
Well, in Michigan, I saw a few moderate Democrats in Michigan said they will not support Abdul because he campaigned with Hassan. So there's some moderates saying they will not support Abdul as a result of Hassan.
Like it exists. Obviously, Cuomo went after Mamdani for, his association with Hassan, and Mamdani his engagement with Hassan has continued to be kind of like a black eye on his campaign. It's like one of the few things that Democrats actually criticize him for. But I feel like it's not ridiculous that when people are engaging in politics and they're like looking at their own game plans and what it is that they want to do and how they want to effectuate the world, I think that focusing on the space that you exist in and influencing that space and influencing those people who are in that space, this is not like an odd thing to me whatsoever. And Hassan is, again, the biggest streamer in this space. So when you keep doing this, like, oh, but on the national stage, like focusing on Hassan is so stupid. Sure, on the national stage, but even Hassan isn't affecting the national stage. Hassan is not going after Hassan is never a national thing. It's not that's never part of the frame of mind when going after Hassan.
I don't think Hassan was mentioned much in the conversation that like Pisco and Destiny and Hutch and Josiah had. I'm not sure if Hassan was the main topic there, really. It was more about the DSA.
You're the one who keeps saying that Destiny's focus is going after Hassan. You're the one who keeps saying this, and I'm saying that that's not ridiculous.
His is definitely.
But yes, but I'm saying that like when we're talking about what it is that you're actually trying to affect and what it is you're trying to do, how you're trying to influence people, that like going after Hassan and Hassan's types of politics or Hassan types of ideology, Hassan beliefs, that's just not ridiculous at all. That seems pretty like normal and obvious.
I do have things to bring this conversation back to, but my phone is dead, so I can't really access them. I have to plug it in. I'm gonna plug it in really quick.
So we agree that the DSA taking over, like, that would be a bad thing, right? Again, you just don't think that they're capable of doing so.
No, and they've gotten, the only win they've gotten is Zoran, in my opinion.
In AOC.
Only influential win. I don't see AOC as a win for DSA. In terms of the dark DSA mission to take over the entire party, I don't see that as a win for them. Like the super radicals that want no borders whatsoever. No, I don't see AOC as a win for them. They probably see her as like a electoral reformist who is ruining their imminent goal of a true revolution with their vanguard party, because she's gonna satiate the masses with like a better social safety net. They probably think AOC is like an enemy to them, to be honest.
Sure. Do you think they're normalizing terms like socialism?
Yeah, it's hard for me to say. They are normalizing the term socialism, but I feel like, and you could tell me if you think this is wrong, but I think that socialism is being popularized because they view socialism as Bernie Sanders and healthcare, and they view capitalism as Elon Musk and child rape.
I agree, but that's okay. So this is exactly my issue. Exactly. Okay. So they're normalizing terms like socialism, right? And when they think of socialism, they just think of the government does stuff, right? That's socialism to them. Free healthcare is socialism, right? Police is socialism. Yeah. The fact that that is socialism to them, and that now being a socialist is a normal thing, advocating for socialism is a normal thing. Socialist Democrat Party has tons of socialists. This to me is like a major negative, that people think that socialism is a good thing, to where now when the more radical real fucking socialists come along, that they think they're all the fucking same. They think that those are people who just want the government to do stuff, not people who want the workers to own the means of production.
I'm trying to make a point here. Here's where I'm trying to make a point where I want to be a progressive off-ramp for those people. So when they think they like socialism, but when the actual socialists come, then they could say like, oh shit, not that kind of thing. Like I want like what Bernie said, and I want to be the off-ramp for them so they could become normal, Democrats who are just more to the left and social Democrats rather than democratic socialists. And I think if we take all those people that you just said who think they like socialism, but they actually probably don't, but they might be radicalized. And my problem with like Destiny's rhetoric and that call with the, Josiah, Pisco, and Hutch is that calling them all cancer makes it more likely that we reject them, and it makes it easier for socialists to radicalize them. In the same way, it makes it harder to like de-radicalize white people if we have a bunch of SJWs calling them toxic men with white supremacists and shit.
Yeah, well, that's what I see this as, like almost like the alt-right pipeline happening, where things are slowly normalized, especially rhetoric is slowly normalized around people to where they are slowly going to be radicalized into different groups because these sorts of things become very plain Jane to them.
There would be like, my comparison here would be when everyone freaked out. Remember when everyone freaked out at I think of two things. So number one, the OK symbol being a white supremacist dog whistle, and also PewDiePie being called a Nazi. I think those freakouts and overcorrections.
But it's because they were wrong.
Yeah, and it's also wrong.
You're not saying they're wrong.
It's also wrong to call every single person who says they think they're a socialist or they think they like socialism over capitalism today. It's wrong to say they're all communists, because they're not. They just think they mean Bernie Sanders and AOC. They don't think it means Hassan and Tankies. So in the same way, like people might be involved in playing games with a bunch of racist people, but they don't like white supremacy. But if you call them all white supremacists, they might actually become that eventually. In the same way, right now.
Who called them all communists?
Destiny called them all cancers in the party if they associate with DSA or socialism at all.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that they are communists. That means that they're going to lead towards...
Yes, and calling them cancer makes it more likely they become communist, in the same way that calling these dumb white kids racist during Gamergate makes them more likely to be racist.
But
yes, he is, because they're not communist yet. They're not communist yet.
But he didn't say they're communist. He didn't say that.
He called them a cancer. They're not a cancer yet.
Oh my goodness.
They're not a cancer
not
yet.
a
They're people who are
cancer
being
yet,
radicalized
guys.
unknowingly
They're not a
because
cancer
they think
yet,
they're signing
guys.
up
It's
for something
okay.
different. And I don't
Everybody
want them to
go
be a
fucking
cancer.
smoke cigarettes. It's okay. Go smoke cigarettes. Go smoke 10 packs a day because you don't have cancer
If you
yet,
approach
guys.
a cigarette
it's okay.
smoker and you call them a disgusting shitbag, they're probably not going to quit. But if you show them some empathy and help them along, they might actually quit someday. Yeah, it's the same concept there. It's showing people you hate them versus showing them you're open to them being in your community someday.
I don't disagree with that sort of thing happening. I don't disagree with that being a thing that exists. I don't disagree with people doing that as like them playing their part. But I also don't disagree with somebody going hard and actually making clear what's what. I think that everybody has to play their part, and that while people are being sucked down the alt-right pipeline and a bunch of different terms are being normalized for them, there still has to be a bunch of other people who are still stigmatizing neo-Nazis in the meantime, so that they're not capable of continuing to grow or continuing to recruit people as easily. Like Nick Fuentes getting pushed offline. A lot of people keep using this as like, because he got pushed off and now he has to go on Cozy TV in order to get any sort of platform. This has actually helped him grow. Sure, it's helped him grow in the small, minute amount of people who are going to happen upon to Cozy TV. But that's still a very small amount of people who are going to hear that message in the first place. Obviously, it's different now that he's on like, Twitter and different platforms. But I'm saying while he's not on those platforms, it's a lot harder for people to even hear his voice when he's getting censored as much as he is. I'm saying that yes, if you already make it clear that like these people are a more radical group and that people don't have this positive view of, oh, they're just the Mamdani AOC people. That's what they are. I love Mamdani and AOC. Everybody loves Mamdani and AOC. That's the thing that you're trying to combat, is that Mamdani and AOC are cool, but the DSA is not.
Okay. So it's hard. And I think someone in the comments just made a good point that there is a difference between like a socialist who does believe in liberal democracy versus a full-on communist. And it's, again, the grouping. If I call every white boy that says some microaggressions and something insensitive, like if I call them racist, there's a good chance they're going to be deeply ingrained in that. In the same way, if I find a socialist and I call them a communist cancer, they'll probably become more ingrained in that direction as well, because they're not going to kick those socialists out. I just want to have that bridge open and not burn that bridge completely. But
yes, but in that analogy, in that analog, the problem is that for socialists, the people might know the big difference between a socialist and a fucking Marxist, Leninist, communist or something like that, but they don't know the difference between a socialist who wants the government to do stuff and a socialist who wants to own the means of production. We're still using the same terminology here, and they do not know the distinctions there.
I wonder what % of voters knows the difference between Leninism and Stalinism and Marxism, and I wonder what % of voters even knows that in totality. I really don't.
No, I
it's
don't
more
think
than
they
1%.
know. I don't think they
Or even,
know
like,
the distinction. I think they know that those are bad.
These people
I think
do.
they know. I think they know that it's bad to be like a Marxist Leninist. I think they know it's bad to be an anarcho-communist or whatever. I don't think they know it's bad to be a socialist who wants to own the means of production. I don't think they know that. And so that's what I'm saying, is that in your analog, it's not good enough, because these people were using the term socialism for both of these. And in one group is they just want the government to do stuff, and the other one, they want the workers to own the fucking means of production. Like, these are very drastic differences, but they're both socialists.
Do you agree or disagree with, like, I think you agree with like the broad generalization, because the example I used of myself when I was receptive to Jimmy Dore and Kyle Kulinski in college, like a young Democrat, and if I would have talked to Destiny first instead of hearing other commentators who were more just like, talking about values and why we should vote for Joe Biden over Trump when I was going to be a non-voter that year because I was so radicalized during COVID or whatever. If I would have heard Destiny first calling me a cancer, because, the way I viewed what I was a part of, which was like, oh, they want healthcare here, because I was still under that impression, under that trap. And, having a more reasonable argument about voting for Biden helped me reveal that the people I was working with were crazy. And that gave me a good ramp off to be a more, effective become more of like a liberal or like a social democrat. Do you agree with that or not? Like with the rhetoric that Destiny uses about cancer and makes like it doesn't seem to provide that.
How did Destiny?
Says,
how did Destiny get famous? Like, what is it that what is it that he was known for as like the online guy? Why did he get big?
Talk fast, edgy.
He was the guy who was de-radicalizing the alt-right.
Oh. Yeah, he stopped doing that.
I was the guy who was the alt-right pipeline. He was the guy who was saying, you guys are a bunch of fucking neo-Nazis, white nationalist pieces of shit. And I'm sitting there listening to him like, this guy's a fucking idiot. But then over time, I'm still listening to him thinking, ah, shit. He's actually right about a lot of this shit. Like,
do you think that like right wingers respond to that differently than left wingers though? Like if you come from that background, that's less likely to be offended and whatever versus like a liberal or like a leftist.
I think that the people who are online, who are running around calling everybody Zionist fucking pieces of shit who need to kill themselves, are probably not going to be super offended that easily.
Yeah, but why not just make that argument more often? And I guess you could say they don't debate. No, yeah. I guess you could say they don't debate people. But like, how do you let Hassan viewers know, or how do you let DSA members know, or college Democrats know that that's happening in their leadership? Because that was the other conversation that annoyed me, where it was like that Shervine guy, I think, and he was saying that Destiny shouldn't decline working with the college Democrats completely, and Destiny said he was gonna decline based off their national leadership, and saying the national leadership represents everything. And it's like, well, if we wanted an opportunity to change people's minds or reach people directly, and to do it and to make sure that we can have people in these organizations questioning themselves, so maybe they leave the organization or change it, we need to go to these places. And it just seems like there was no will in Destiny's community to even try that as a result of the people you're talking about being the representatives online. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know though, because you can argue that this space is not meant for normal people, because if you're on the internet saying that shit, you probably are a different kind of person. So
well, it's not. Again, that's been the point that I've been making the whole time. It's like you're talking about normies who are out in the real world. We're talking about terminally online people who are listening to Hassan. Like, these are very different things. And again, I don't disagree with like a lot of your logic here and what you're saying as descriptive statements, but prescriptively, one, it seems like, not to give Destiny too much fucking credit, I was not de-radicalized by Destiny or anything like that, but for it does seem, I would never go tell him how to fucking de-radicalize people. I think I am somebody with a very large amount of information on de-radicalization and how to do it and the psyche behind it and everything. He is maybe the only person I can think of that I would never go and try to talk to try to tell him how to de-radicalize people. Like, I think he might be literally the only person I know of that I would not go and try to tell them how to do that thing that he was literally like fucking known for.
I think that works in the combative gamer sense, and online content. But I guess the big transitional issue is the DGG, digital ground game part, where if they want to get involved in real organizing and, like, I don't know, possibly changing
on the
ground
obviously
in the real
he
world,
does that.
That is the conversation that would probably that's what I want to focus on, because that's where the internet strategies are bleeding into the organizing strategies and making it less effective as a strategy
overall.
Doing this
focus thing. Like, focus. What do you mean focus? Like, you can chew gum and walk at the same time. He's been the person who's been putting a lot of money into canvassing, and he's built DGG. He's somebody who's, like, obviously thinks that the groundwork is important, but he's also a fucking content creator. Like, it's... And again, I'm not as much here to like talk about Destiny and what he thinks, or like Destiny has a lot of really stupid fucking opinions on this shit, so I don't want to like be here to like defend Destiny or what he thinks overall. But
I I think Jala is
So
just
one of the big
ignoring or
so like
omitting the
one of the
harsh
big
reality
points
that
that I
self-reflection
had
just
in
doesn't happen
contention
with the
with like
extremists, but it
those
does they
types
moderate.
were one, reinforcing the tanky group identity, making your group more toxic to like normie progressives, but that might not be the goal to get normie progressives. But if you care about Hassan's influence, I think he's powered by normie Hassan or normie Bernie AOC viewers by my own experience, and also like you can put Kyle Kalinske, Crystal Ball, Majority Report. You have to give some concession to as liberals, and I don't know if Pacman does this either.
Just to be clear, I used to
ones.
think that. I used to think that like Hassan's viewership was all like 50-year-old moms. There was polling that was done that was put out I want to say about 4 months ago that showed that like by far the majority of his audience was or I don't know if it was the majority. I think it was like 38%. I think it was the plurality. It was the biggest age group was under 18. It was like 13 to 18. Was like the plurality of his viewer base. And so I used to think that it was it says one quarter are unemployed. Like it was almost the exact opposite of what I thought it was. I thought it was like, you know, college graduates, people who were all you know, too highfalutin for like, you know, normal everyday conversations and shit. And yeah, it turns out it is like literally the exact opposite of what anybody would ever think his audience is.
One issue I need to bring up as well in general is that post, which I think is actually, it's pretty influential, of Zoran calling Netanyahu a war criminal with 10 million views on Instagram. And I know that is kind of funny because he can't really arrest Netanyahu, but he still made a spectacle out of it. But Zoran having that much pull on one social media site, I think it might be up to like 12 million likes right now, and just how much that blew up with my social circles, my organizing circles, even my non-political, like apolitical friends. If we view like DSA as a cancer, then like Zoran, AOC, and Bernie, that's quite a big, you know, a big challenge. So how do we deal with, you know, Zoran getting that many views on Instagram about Bibi Netanyahu? Like, are we just gonna hope over time those Democrats are not that radical on that foreign policy issue? Are we gonna hope that Zoran? Do we just have to hope that Zoran and AOC just like moderate and just like become more, you know, moderate Democrats?
No, again, I said that like we support like AOC and Mamdani as like you know, as they currently are, because they are way too popular and have way too much influence to not do so. But like again, highly stigmatize the DSA. Like make clear that the DSA is the issue, not AOC or Mamdani in and of themselves. And now I don't know how easy that is to do when, if you're saying, hey, I love these guys, also don't listen to them. Like that's a really hard fucking proposition to make. And so I don't know how realistic that is. But currently, right now, while we're in like the midterms and everything, that seems to be like the only possible move.
Do you think it's more effective? Like, let's say you are, I don't know, on CNN or on just like a panel online or something. Do you think, in terms of limiting DSA's growth and reach, do you think it's more effective to talk about DSA? Let's say there's two options. One is the option of, this is a very serious issue. They are growing in our party, like you can say like a cancer or however you want to phrase it. They're growing in our party. They want to, you know, topple our party and end the party and turn it into this anti-American, pro-Chinese, pro-communist, you know, socialist party. That's the DSA's goal, and we have to talk about that. Or do you think it limits the DSA more to say like, well, the DSA barely won in the districts they did win. The moderates messed up. They couldn't find the candidate to get along with, to coalesce around. The incumbent was there 30 years. He barely campaigned, and I'm not too worried about them winning because the party doesn't represent that. They don't believe in that, and they barely won against these shitty candidates. Zoran barely won against Andrew Cuomo with all his scandals and shit. You know, the main race had no one to even run against for the progressive to beat. They just backed out of it. In Michigan,
their own party.
You can say that's a fluke, or you say, you know, Haley Stevens, she is a bad candidate.
We don't want
Do you think it's more like Which one do you think limits DSA more? Like saying they are the boogeyman in the room that we have to address right now, or saying casually, like, I don't really care. Like, we beat them. We're going to beat them again. There's one crazy person, but Republicans are far more crazy. Like, which one would you think like limits the DSA?
I think both is like
time,
yeah. The problem is that like polling just shows a trend in the other direction. Young people don't vote very much, but these people are going to continue getting older. People generally moderate over time, but not this much. Like, we've never had this many young people identifying as socialists or saying that they like, you know, we have, again, the majority of our fucking party right now says that they like socialism over capitalism. So we're in like a really tricky spot where we have two of the most popular Democrat politicians are both DSA people. And the both parties are kind of splitting. Like the right is going farther right, the left is going farther left. Meanwhile, the majority of the people aren't right or left, but they identify as independents who are centrist, and or not the majority, but the plurality, almost the majority, are independents who are willing to vote for either party, just whichever side can make the better case for them. Yet they're not going to like. If I guarantee you, if Donald Trump literally called himself a fascist, they wouldn't have voted for him, no matter what how much they agreed with his platform. He could have ran on the same exact fucking platform, but if he ran as a fascist, they would not have voted for him. And I think it's like the sort of stigma after McCarthy era politics on socialism, especially for most normies and most of most centrists and independents, that calling yourself a socialist is gonna be a pretty big negative.
I think AOC
What are your three top
saying the
picks
quote
for
from the
Dems
other
nominee
day,
in
she said
28?
something like, I'm not from a militant leftist household. I'm from a working class family. That rhetoric, it kind of leans towards the working families party that is in bigger cities, in a few different cities. So I do like that. I see that turn in her rhetoric. I guess my 2 points on the DSA. What was that?
Who's AOC's?
Yeah, AOC says something like she's not a militant leftist. Like she wants to, she might be running for president.
Yeah.
So she's trying to make it more moderate. So I think quotes like that are good because the idealistic, academic obsessed idiots from rich parents are definitely the issue with the DSA. They're not like working class sewer socialists or whatever. Most of them are involved in the Democratic Party just as like left, like social democrats or whatever. I think the DSA being good is helping Democrats refine themselves because 2026 is going to be a blowout because Trump sucks so much, but we need to refine our message for 2028. So I think they're providing like healthy competition, and also it gives Democrats a chance to differentiate because all these Republicans and a lot of swing voters, they did believe Biden was already for open borders. They already believed Kamala was for open borders. So this gives Democrats a chance to say, no, this person in the party, we all hate her. You know, we all hate Daria Lisa. Like, we are nothing to do with her. Her being there, I think, is also, I think it can be a healthy exercise as well. And that's a House seat. So we can afford to like waste one with a crazy person. Do you agree with those points at all? And then my final thing for you before I go to bed is just, do you have any prescriptions for like what we should be doing to address the issue?
Well, first off, that person that everybody said they disagreed with, that was too extreme and that like the party disassociated with, that was AOC for a long time. Like, that was like the whole fucking squad, where Democrats were very clear that they were not associated with them, that they didn't like them. They had, you know, what do you call it? They had like motions in Congress to condemn them and shit like that. Like, that was them. But because they moderated, and they moderated a lot because of the pressure that was put on them by.
Just to clarify really quick, AOC was not for open borders, and she was for switching ICE back to the INS.
I don't know that Daria Lisa is either.
Well, she openly did say that in interviews as well. She wants to abolish prisons. Like, she is literally like the caricature. It's crazy how crazy she is.
Did she?
So yeah, you gotta watch that one interview, man.
What interview? I've watched numerous.
With the one
every
black
interview that I've
host.
watched of her, it was. You'll have to send that to me. I did not see.
Yeah, She's like, it's
any
a
of
long-term
that.
plan. We're gonna abolish it. We won't. She said, she's not gonna. She was asked about like eliminating all prisons, and she's like, well, ideally in the future, we won't have any need for prisons because we'll have everyone's conditions met, and no one will do crime. Like she literally gave that answer a couple weeks ago.
Wait.
It's insane.
Hold on, are you sure you're talking about Daria Lisa and not the national DSA president?
Oh no, Daria Lisa said this as well. Like no one's gonna do crime. She held back a little bit because she ran for Congress, but yeah, she's like radical. Like she's insane. I think she's the only one that's like enough to be like, no, screw her, like openly. She's the only one that's crazy enough, because even the other one that ran in New York, like she's super far left, but she's not. Like this person was like openly pro-Russia as well, Daria Lisa, versus Ukraine, saying it's America's fault and everything and Ukraine's fault. So like, yeah, she's our martyr.
That's a national DSA position as well. So I watched her do a bunch of interviews, and almost every time she was asked questions like, "Are you
no
a
interracial
communist?" or something
relationships
like
too.
that.
That was crazy.
One of the times she would say like, they'd say, "Are you a communist?" and she'd say, "That's not what my campaign's about right now." And I was like, that is like the worst fucking answer you could have given right now. What the fuck? But every time people brought up, like, she had Twitter posts on a account that's now deleted, about open borders and, just like all of the extreme stuff, that every time they brought that up, they said like it's from a deleted account, or some people said like, oh, she's apologized for this since, and like, it said that she doesn't believe those things anymore. But that I never found where she actually condemned those beliefs, where she backed off of them. I couldn't find it anywhere. Then I watched an interview with Mamdani, and they asked him about her more extreme beliefs, and he did not say she's condemned those things, or she's backed off those, or she doesn't believe that anymore. He said, yeah, I disagree with her on a lot of things, but that's not what her campaign's about. And I thought, oh shit, okay, if she deleted those things and said like, I don't believe that anymore, that's what he would have said. He didn't say that. So I'm a bit more worried about her now, but I didn't know that she had actually said those things in an interview a couple weeks ago, of all things. Like after she won, she's saying this.
I believe she's still saying stuff like that. I know she made a video about like Puerto Rican independence, which is like a very unpopular position. I think only 10% Puerto Ricans want to be independent. Yeah, they want to be states. They want to be a state. Not
independence. Sorry.
Independence.
Yes.
Which is like a crazy. Like if Puerto Rico is independent, they just get invaded by a different country or whatever. Like, or just fall apart economically, like completely. No one wants that. They want independence, or not independence. They want statehood, or
they want to be a state. Yeah.
Or they want like free association or some shit, something else. Yeah, I'm not pro like DSA. I just know that we can save a lot of these people who are falling into the DSA trap. And I think, I mean, you said the DSA changed for the worse, and I do agree with that. And they initially were against communists. I think there is potential that, and it does take time. I think there's potential for the future that they can turn back to being like that too. I don't think it's against the idea.
Yeah.
I'm not against the idea that we can't like encourage like further left members of our communities even to join DSAs locally, and through that convince them to be more pragmatic and more liberal,
Yeah, I mean, again, I
like
I agree with like the idea of like de-radicalizing and all of those things. It's just that different people have to play different parts, and I think that you said you disagree that Destiny cares about influencing other content creators in this space against the DSA, but I think that's his entire fucking goal. Like I said, we've been having this conversation for a while about like what we call in the coalition ever since the 2024 election, where a bunch of people like Kyle Kalinske and Hassan and others didn't really endorse Kamala Harris, at least like not enough. And so everybody's been talking about who's in the coalition. Who do we think of as an ally? Who do we think of as like part of our team? Who's part of like the liberal team? Who's part of helping Democrats beat the fucking fascists? Who's actually on board and not going to do this like burning or bust sort of thought process? And This is just furtherance of that. This is just like, yeah, there's a bunch of people who are that sort of person, who are the person who will call Kamala Harris a fucking genocidal maniac, and who will be against Democrats, establishment Democrats, in most cases, who will be heavily stigmatizing the Democrat Party more and more, making them look bad more and more. And this is just continuing that exact conversation, saying we have to stop this early on, because these are the exact types of people that we've been fighting ever since the 2024 election. This is the exact thing that we've been fighting against.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I do think that people, like, I don't know. I think we need our own conspiracy theorists too. I kind of draw the line at Kyle Kalinske, to be honest, with people that can be positive for Democrats.
I
think his
hate him
wife.
now, dude.
I think his wife is way too far. His wife, the way she speaks about Ukraine is satanic, bro. Like, the way she speaks about Ukraine, the vicious, the venom in her voice, blaming Ukraine for world wars and shit. It's insane. It's insane.
Goodness.
No, Crystal is. I mean, I think there is a role to boost certain people. Like, it's hard because Breaking Points and Kyle Kalinske, their viewer base and the views they get across platforms. If I walked into this, it was like what's the one Asian place? It's like fast food. Panda Express. I walked into a Panda Express. It was like in Maryland. It might have been like an hour outside of DC. There were 6 people watching Breaking Points for their daily news, eating lunch. And I just I saw it over their shoulder on their phone. 6 people watching Breaking Points. Like, they and the numbers they got on YouTube and across Facebook, and they have so much influence. So when Josiah is like, shit, we got to keep these people close enough, like Crystal and Kyle, to at least influence them a little bit. Like, there's some videos they do that put Brian Tyler Cohen to shame, just based off the cross-platform saturation they get, and from the
he said that, but he's also said that he said that, but he also said that, like, if Kyle is not like full-throatedly endorsing the Democrat candidate in the 2028 election, that he's totally done with them.
Yeah, definitely. And we have to make sure we hold them to that after Kyle says he would like rake his balls across hot coals to get it to the finish line. And I know it's not satisfying too, but maybe like we get a percentage of Kyle's viewers to also split from him if he does that, and to pressure him as well. So we don't know like what percentage that really is gonna be, but it's like the platforms are so big. I understand why we can't just like not engage in them whatsoever. I think some influence in the right direction is probably good, because if we cede that ground completely, and like let's say Pisco even stops going on Breaking Points, their content's going to get way worse, and then only right wingers go on, then they get like influenced in that direction.
Has Pisco been on Breaking Points?
He's been on there a lot. Yeah, Pisco's on there like every couple of months as their like legal
Pisco?
guy now. Yeah,
I didn't know that. I've never seen.
Yeah, he's on there a lot. He does a lot of segments on there. So like I think that's still I mean, you can argue he sweeps sometimes, but it's a huge positive to have him on there, at least influencing their conversations towards us a little bit better than it would be.
Yeah, again, I'm talking about like that's what I'm saying is that like different people playing different parts, like doing different things. I know that a lot of like the conversation is about like these people are so cucked, these people are too weak, these people are too like, but that I don't like that conversation, because I think like that's the version that that's what everybody says about Democrats. That's what everybody says about the Democrat establishment. But the Democrat establishment has been cucked and weak because they're good at politics, because they're good at like having a big tent and like navigating, having a lot of different beliefs. Because without that, if we do just like slim down to just the fucking liberals and fuck everybody else, we'll just stop. We'll lose every fucking election at that point. Like the Republican Party is it's all people who are very similar, where they're all fucking Christian, they're all fucking white people, they're all men, they're all like They're all Southerners. They're all like, rural county people. They're all very, very similar to one another. Democrats are not. We have so much diversity, so much variety, so many different types of people with so many different types of like concerns and complaints and wants and needs. And like, we have way too much diversity within our party to be MAGA. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't take some notes from MAGA and start to, stigmatize people who are not on board enough, who are not playing with the team enough. Like, it is annoying to have Democrats consistently try to welcome everybody else in, and then when they're welcomed in, they turn around and are like, yeah, also fuck you guys. Like, that's fucking obnoxious, and those people do need to just kind of be again heavily stigmatized. But the idea that like people like Pisco or Josiah or these other people exist in order to, if Destiny is this big bad like bully who's a piece of shit and he's too mean to everybody, they still have people like Josiah that they can turn to, who I think is still going to influence people towards the it
could be the good liberals and say, oh, we're not crazy like him, we're going to be friends with you and influence you. And I will say to people who are talking to voters too, a big demographic of swing voters are voters that sound like, not like Kyle, but like they'll say, oh, I hate both parties, but I'll vote Republican. And we do need swing voters who will be maybe conspiratorial in their thinking, who say, I hate both parties, but I need to vote Democrat. And that's one positive thing I think about. You're not going to get enthusiastic support, but a lot of swing voters are in those positions that a Kyle could speak to. And I think it's good to have some conspiracy on the left as well, but the issue is that it can be hijacked by any side. But then you see, as long as Kyle can keep on advocating strongly for people like Tellerico, it's kind of like Nick Fuentes with Trump, where Trump does like 20 things that are anti Nick Fuentes, but he's happy to see immigrants get beaten up, so he might support Trump every now and then. We need stronger support than that for like Tellerico if he does policies that are like, because we know Mamdani did not do anything fundamental for New York City, but he can package it the right way. Same thing with Cheryl from New Jersey. I think we're finding a good model here to capture some populist fervor and like the center of the party. But anyways, appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, there was one more thing I wanted to ask you. Shit. I totally forgot. You said too many fucking things, so now I totally lost it. What was the first thing that you said? Oh yeah, no, wait, I remember. Okay. I want to know, you don't talk to MAGA like the way that you're talking about, right? Like when you have a bunch of debates with MAGA, when you talk about Trump, when you talk about his policies, when you talk about Republicans, like, you do talk about them as a fucking cancer and fucking fascists and racists and shit like that. Like, you do the same thing. If somebody kept telling you, like, dude, this isn't the way you change minds, this isn't the way you bring them back, like, you probably would have told them to fuck off, right?
If they are a hardcore like Trump voter, I don't think there's any. I don't think they're gettable. If it's like a swing voter that voted Trump, then I try not to do that though, because I think it doesn't really help for them. But I am hard on them. I'm stern with them. I'm not like, I'm stern.
Yeah, but it's like it's based off their tone. The people who talk to you, if they're being good faith and like, I don't know, I'm starting to get annoyed. Like, it's mostly about that. It's not as much about like how deep they are. And I think that's currently the environment that we're in, where like we're all, fascist enablers and cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. And like, that's the environment that we are in, where like the bullshit that we're getting is endless. And then when we fight back with the same sorts of tactics, there's always a bunch of people who turn around and are like, guys, we gotta stop. We gotta be nicer about this. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, at what point do we fight them the way that they fight us? They have gained so much prominence and so much popularity by us welcoming them in and saying, hey, come on, guys, we're the big tent. We all want to get along. We're all voting for the same people at the end of the day anyway, so it's all good. And then we've gotten fucked over the entire period.
I think that comes with being a decent person, to be honest. I think that's like it's like being someone who picks up garbage off the sidewalk that someone else throws on it. Like, we have the burden of being good people. We have the burden of wanting to make the system survive, and it's hard for us to convince people to do the right thing. So I think that is unfortunately going to be a characteristic of everything we.
But that's the same thing with MAGA, though. That's the same exact thing with MAGA, though, where like MAGA, everything that they do is always like, you know, who cares? Like, it's not that big of a deal. It is what it is. But then Democrats are always the adults in the room, and they're always held to a much higher fucking standard. And I think you do have, like, you have to just start playing that same game in order for them to stop thinking of you as just better than them, to where you're held to a standard that they're incapable of living up to, but they will always expect you to live up to. You have to just live that lifestyle in order for them to stop thinking of you in that way.
I do think you can't be an enabler, but I am, when I'm engaging with like MAGA, because you brought that up, and someone's like a clearly disgusting, well, maybe it depends how explicit they are. So if someone comes out and says their most like explicit, disgusting beliefs, it's easy to say this guy's gross and whatever. But some people can really hide it and conceal it and have a mask on. So even talking to someone who you know inside is like, this guy's a liar, he's acting, or he's putting on a show, I still want to make sure that when I'm talking to them, I'm doing it in a way that if someone listening is less radical, but they identify with the person I'm talking to, I don't want to turn off the less radical person because the person I'm currently talking to is, you know, they have a mask on, and I want to be really nasty to them, because then I'm going to be turning off the person listening as well. So like, I try to make sure I'm presenting myself in a way that I want to be viewed as from the third person in these conversations. I don't always do it, but I try not to use words, and I debate the far left on this. I debate the Jasmine Crockett stuff, where it's like, I don't want to call, I try not to identify groups as this thing that cannot change. I've seen a bunch of your shorts,
you know? Like calling Trump a fascist and in a dictator and shit like that. Like,
yeah, but I'm okay with that, because anyone who still supports Trump to this day is a complete dipshit moron. Like, if you still support Trump to this day, for you to be de-radicalized, it's going to be God doing it, not me. But yeah, that's only 30% of the country at this point, you know? That's not the same, I don't think. If it was George Bush, I would not be calling him a fascist.
Okay.
I don't know. It's all dumb shit anyway. It's really all dumb shit, to be honest. But these conversations carefully refine our amazing strategies. Oh shit.
Do they?
I don't know. There's really one big fish in the streaming scene. We don't really have anyone else. All the other people that get big in this end up doing regular news coverage. So Destiny's the only topic ever.
It's the direction that I'm likely going to head in at some point, but
better for views. It's easier.
It's better for views, but the problem is that you have to have like a lot of capital investment at the beginning in order to even head in that direction. So like, one thing that I would rather, even like, rather than do news, have you ever seen my documentary that I put out a while ago, or like any of my video essays or anything?
Yeah, I've seen, I have to find the one that I watched, but let me see if I can find it.
That's what I would rather do. I would rather be doing like the Candace Owens documentary.
Let me see. I'll look for it right now. How long ago is this one? I watched one of them. I really forget what it was about, but I remember watching a project that you made that was longer than usual.
Bear versus Man, Balenciaga.
Might have been a year ago even.
There was one about 2 years ago that was the Candace Owens one. It was like Christ is King. Called it like the Christ is King documentary or Candace Owens documentary. But anyways, that's what I would rather do. But if it takes me like, I did that one in 2 weeks, and I did it in 2 weeks by literally like not sleeping. Like, it was the most unhealthy fucking 2 weeks of all time. I've lost so much fucking weight in that period. I was like geeked out of my fucking mind off Adderall the whole time. It was rough, but I wrote it, you know, scripted it, did the research, edited the entire thing in 2 weeks, and less than 2 weeks. It was technically 12 and a half days. Like, but in order to have time to do that, the whole 2 weeks, I'm not making money. I'm not getting tips. I'm not getting donations. I'm not getting ad revenue. I'm not getting memberships. I'm not getting anything out of it. And then once I put out the video, it gets like 1,000 views, maybe 2,000 at most. And then I get like $5 in ad revenue. And so I lost like, you know, $300 or $500 for, 2 weeks. This, yeah, closer to like, yeah, maybe even 1,000 for like $5. So
I will say that on TikTok, I made a video about Jasmine Crockett. And that's been a funny thing on TikTok. I get called racist every day now because I made a video about her not endorsing like Tallarico and being mean to him. And I made 5 out of my last 20 videos.
She did endorse him though, didn't she?
She said vote Democrat. She did not endorse him directly. That's the whole. I sent you a clip of it. I don't know if you can watch a quick one.
Well, he was the Democrat.
That's what the debate might be. That's one of the topics that might be a debate topic if we do that thing I sent you with that one guy. I posted 5 videos about her. I got a combined 350,000 views on those videos, and it had so much engagement that out of those 350,000 views on TikTok, it was $400 in ad revenue. Like, it's crazy. Like, but
wait,
then I get no other. It was $400 in ad revenue for those three combined videos of 350,000 views because people were talking on it. But all my other videos on TikTok got no money at all. Like, randomly on TikTok, you'll get like $5 per 1,000 views, and then it'll go to 0, like randomly. So it's so unpredictable too. I don't know how anybody could have it as an actual job because it goes up and down. Like, it doesn't even tell you why. It's crazy.
So it doesn't tell you why. I've seen a bunch of people complain about this, and I've had 2 people who I've actually looked into their stats over it. Every time it was watch time, and that's the same for YouTube. It's like if you look at YouTube, it'll say like, you know, you get like, I don't know, it says, I think like $9 for every 1,000 views, right? But that's every 1,000 views of an ad, not what 1,000 views on your video. So on YouTube, if you have like, if somebody watches the whole video and you have, 10 ads on the video, okay, well, you got, 1,000 times 10 now is what you're getting. But the people who, or sorry, not even that. No. It's one. If it says $9 for 1,000, then it's 1,000 who watch the whole video. So you're never getting what it actually says you're going to get because the majority of the people don't watch the whole video. So.
And TikTok pays you extra for engaging topics and controversy and whatever. Someone said Jasmine did endorse Tallarico. Okay, what Jasmine said was, I congratulate Tallarico on winning. And then she said, we must vote Democrat up and down the ballot, blah, blah, blah. She promised during the primary she would campaign for him. After the primary, after she lost, she said, I actually don't think I'm going to anymore. Then she went on rants about how it was a racist race. She said that the Stephen Colbert Show colluded in a conspiracy to help Tallarico win. Her campaign accused Tallarico. Her campaign accused Tallarico of getting their Instagram account pulled down somehow. So apparently Tallarico also has conspiratorial connections to Instagram. They accused Tallarico of being racist by calling Colin Allred, another candidate who ran a few times and is running for Congress now, by calling him a mediocre black man. Tallarico says he called his campaign mediocre, and they still said that was racist. And this is based off a TikToker's quote that Tallarico said to them in private, apparently. So they tried framing Tallarico and his campaign as racist. Crockett joined the race on the final day to file, okay, and then she loses. If she would have joined earlier, she probably would have won. She got 46% of the vote. And now she won't even talk about Tallarico. She endorsed for California governor. She has an official page of endorsements on her Fire PAC website. She endorsed and she campaigned for governor of California, for governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands. She's going to Michigan to campaign for a candidate up there, and she cannot campaign or make an official endorsement for U.S. Senate in Texas. She says she's only going to campaign in Dallas for races she wants to help with. So she's being a sore loser, and she's still saying she said last week it was a racist race, and she went on rants on Threads, which my latest video was about that I sent Tom, and he could show you guys if you're watching. I'm gonna hop off because my throat's killing me. But she put up a post arguing with a guy saying, you people, your people, referring to white people, need to help win. She said, I'm not going to help y'all, basically. And all the comments that I get that are pro Crockett essentially say that whites and blacks cannot get along. And I'm against that. I'm pro multiculturalism. Although I do support the black community making demands of Democrats.
I've gone over this a couple of times. There's a guy that I really like that does farm videos, and he was talking about the fact that it's like racist that everybody expects when Tallarico hasn't tried campaigning towards black people or hasn't said he's going to do anything for black people, that everybody expects the black man to just get up and just vote for the guy
do all the work
because it's the Democrat Party. And
all
he
the work.
like, kept doing this like, oh, you guys expect the black people to do this. And when I watched this, I was like, this is fucking bullshit, because this has nothing to do with black people. This is vote blue no matter who. The fucking standard. If he wants to go watch Hassan get endless shit from literally everybody all over the place, he can go watch him. It's not a black man doing this thing. It is, you vote for the fucking Democrat while we're trying to deal with Trump and everybody.
And it's,
like,
it's
that's
crazy
it. End
too.
of fucking story.
It's about Jasmine Crockett. My videos are about Jasmine, and people are talking about the black community. Now, I have a consistent standard. I made videos grilling Haley Stevens, Abdul. If they don't support each other, I have videos grilling them, videos grilling Janet Mills. Any Democrat who does not support other Democrats winning, I am going to grill them. If they put personal political drama over it, I'm gonna grill them. And that standard is very basic across all platforms. Now, Jasmine, and any race, Jasmine is the only one who is on Threads of all websites. She's on Threads arguing with 5 like comments on Threads, calling them your people. Referring to race, obviously. And she's also the person who said that black people are done being slaves. That's why we need Latino immigrants. Like, that is such a bad quote. Like,
holy shit.
Anyways, I appreciate the conversation. This is my first night streaming again, so I appreciate having a conversational partner. I'll be talking to Destiny at 12 Eastern tomorrow.
Yeah, I saw the last time you streamed was 3 months ago. Did you not stream the panel that I had you on? Or was that 3 months ago?
That was 3 months ago. That was exactly the last time I streamed,
shit.
I think. Yeah.
Or no, that's right. You had like a bunch of streams from 3 months ago, and then you had one that was 2 months ago. So I guess that was the panel. Okay.
Yeah, I probably hopped on.
Okay. Well, good luck with Destiny tomorrow. We'll probably give it a review.
Yeah, sounds good. Wait, are you gonna watch that TikTok? I'll watch your stream if you're gonna watch it. I'm not sure if you said you were.
I earlier I clicked on it, and I thought it was a picture. When I clicked on it, it just popped up. I have to click the fucking link. So
I got you. All right, y'all have a good one.
All right, later.
Jasmine Crockett is acting like losing to Tallarico is the end of a reality TV show. The drama is insane. So this guy says to her, you promised the voters, both you and Tallarico said, if you lose, you will campaign actively for your opponent to beat Ken Paxton. And she responds to this guy saying, how can a loser, according to y'all, who was completely awful and ran a crappy campaign, have so much influence? Get a grip and don't accept defeat. Go talk to your people. Okay, let's talk about this. Your people. Jasmine Crockett got 46% of the vote in the Democratic primary in Texas. After she filed on the deadline to run, James Tallarico was...
Yeah, he said, why are you sabotaging Tallarico? She said, how can a loser, according to y'all, something was completely awful and ran a shitty campaign, have so much influence? Get a grip and don't... Go talk to your people.
Campaigning for months and months before she decided to run. He had a robust campaign built out. It took her a while to do that after starting late. If she started earlier, I guarantee you she probably blows Tallarico out by the same margin he beat her by, okay? So primary voters in Texas love Jasmine. She is very influential there. So when we talk about heated primaries in general, the side that loses is always going to have anger towards the side that wins, whether it's Hillary and Obama. Hillary said she's staying in the race until the DNC convention in 2008 because, RFK got shot, so maybe that might happen here. That was really bad and toxic. Bernie Bernie Sanders called Hillary Clinton corrupt. Kamala Harris, during the Democratic primary in 2020, said that Joe Biden supported racist busing policies. Okay, remember the entire "I was that little girl" that Kamala said to Joe Biden? But all of these cases, in the end, they appeared together on stage, hand in hand, to beat MAGA. In every one of these cases, to beat Republicans or MAGA. I know MAGA wasn't a thing back then, but that is what Democrats have done. If you want to pick the most toxic supporters of the other side and say, I don't care about getting, my voters out, the voters that love Jasmine Crockett, who will be influenced by her leadership, then it's just a piss poor attitude, in my opinion. And her argument here is, how can a loser? She's reading internet comments, bro. She's reading internet comments of the most toxic people online, okay? And this guy is saying the U.S. Senate matters more than internet comments.
This is gonna fuck her going forward. This is really gonna fuck her for just about any election going forward. Like, there's I don't know how she continues. I was hoping that she was gonna win over Tallarico in Texas, but this is fucked. This is absolutely fucked. I don't know how she comes back from this.
She's saying your people, your people, your people. Like, you have to bring it back to your people. And Jasmine did insult Latino immigrants by saying, black people are dumb being slaves, so we need immigrants. Like, that's a bad quote. Even if you think it's out of context, she never really walked it back that much, but it's still a bad quote. We can't be firing against each other. We have to be firing on all cylinders as a machine, a political machine, against the real, the real political enemies we do have. No, Jasmine should not be doing all of the work. And yes, black voters should make huge demands in the Democratic Party they always show up for, okay? But this is about the election and beating Republicans. And yes, I spend most of my time talking to white voters. I know that they are on bullshit. I know that's the biggest problem. I have the same standard for Haley Stevens or Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan. Whoever loses that primary better support their opponent. Please drop a like, repost this video, let me know your thoughts in the comments, and follow my page. Jasmine.
Everybody go follow Joa on YouTube as well. Here's his TikTok. It won't let me like videos on TikTok. I don't know why. You can see I just clicked the like button. I clicked it a couple minutes ago as well. It's already gone. TikTok is such a fucking shitty app, dude. But here's the link to his video. Go check it out. I put it in both chats. If you guys are in the vertical chat, if you're watching on the vertical stream, do me a favor, click on the channel button at the top of the screen, so right up here. Click on my logo and go to the other stream. I'm getting ready to end the vertical stream, but we're going to be continuing on for a while now. Okay, we got a lot of stream to go, and we're at 4.5 hours, so we're only halfway done with stream. Link on YouTube, yeah, I'm about to grab that as well.
Fine, I don't think it's really.
I find
He's Joa Politics. On YouTube. Yeah, there you go. Everybody go follow him there. And then, yeah, everybody watching on vertical, head over to the other stream. We're going to end the vertical chat now. So I will tab crash. Hell yeah, restore this tab, bitch. So the vertical peaked at 23 viewers at 11:30. I started stream at 9:30. So 2 hours in, what was I doing at 11:30? Was I watching Piers Morgan? I think I was watching Piers Morgan. Let's see. Yeah, I was watching Piers Morgan. That's where the majority of the people came from over there. All right.